on some level, they love this person. This person is not always like this.
Yeah.
They have these moments where they're not like that.
Oh.
Right? And I think
This
it's
ambivalence.
really, really complex. Like, people are really complex. These relationships are also complex. So it's really try to be connected to them in some way, be non-judgmental, and then educate yourself. Like, go to our website, go to ccadv.org, or ctcadv.org, go to ctsafeconnect.org and educate yourself on the resources so that if and when they call you or text you and are like, hey, I'm ready, you have resources. Like, you don't have to be a domestic violence advocate expert. You just have to know, like, hey, there's the Center for Family Justice out there, or there's, Susan B. Anthony Project in Torrington out there. Like, there are resources that I know. I'll go with you and we'll figure out how you can rebuild your life.
Do we have an underground railroad for women? Do we have a really safe network for people that if they need to hide, they can hide?
All of our safe houses are safe and confidential across the state. So we have, that as a resource. We obviously usually all of our services are safe, free, and confidential. We're bound by confidentiality. So, if somebody called up and asked if so-and-so is receiving services, we
don't say. You don't.
Yeah. Right.
That's good.
Yeah.
So it's very confidential.
Yes. Yeah. And we work with the individual based on their, own situation around, like, what does a safety plan look like for you?
Doesn't it seem so grossly unfair that the victim is the one that has to hide?
I mean, yeah, I think about that all the time, even when it's the victim that has to leave and go into shelter or find new housing. Like, there's a part of me that asks the question to myself all the time, like, why do they have to leave?
Right. Why do they have to leave? They're the good people.
Right.
Do we still have a policy, Megan Scanlon, with this lethality assessment plan, this LAP? Do we still have a policy where the police arrest both people that are in a domestic violence dispute? Because we did that for a while. Yeah,
we actually passed the dual arrest law several years ago. So the police do try to identify the dominant aggressor on scene. If they can't, for whatever reason, sometimes those dual arrests still happen. But they are significantly less.
For a while, we were doing that, and it was a terrible disincentive. People weren't calling the police.
Yeah, that Connecticut has really done a good job over the last several years to identify dominant aggressor and avoid dual arrests when they can.
And with this lethality assessment plan, this LAP, which is the series of questions a police officer will ask someone, do they have a choice as to whether or not to ask it?
They do. Yeah, it's optional. Depending on the scene. So the police have some discretion, but I think most officers will, on a family violence call, opt into asking the questions. The victim has the option of answering or not answering.
Sure.
But there are certain things based on the law model policy, which is sort of like the guiding standard for law enforcement in the state, that would require them to ask those questions on specific scenes. But then, at the top of the form, it says you may want to just ask based on your own discretion of the scene. So maybe it doesn't meet some of those standards, but it's always okay.
It's always okay to ask.
And often we find officers will just ask.
And do they have the questions handy?
Yeah, they have them. They have them with them. They have the form.
Really?
Yeah.
So this has really resulted in a lot of referrals to a lot of networks.
Yeah, because they submit the LAP form because we collect all that data across the state. We have our website that we just redid is ctlap.org, so you can actually go on there and learn.
Really?
Learn about
LAP, L-A-P, Lethality Assessment Program?
Yep.
Yeah. This is an assessment tool to see how serious your situation may be as you're rationalizing it and maybe thinking to yourself, he'll never do this to me. It's a lot of just anger. I'm letting him vent. Mm-hmm. It won't be that bad. Maybe you ought to go on ctlap.org and take the assessment questionnaire yourself if you're in this situation. Yeah,
we have the form on our website. We have information about, from different perspectives, law enforcement, advocates, survivors, to educate yourself on that. No, it's certainly helpful. I mean, those questions, if you answer yes to them, it means that you're at high risk of fatality is essentially what that means.
Somebody getting killed.
Right. So we do want to try to connect you to services.
And what is the 800 number in general in Connecticut for that?
888-774-2900. And you can call or text that number 24/7. It's safe, free, and confidential. 888-774-2900.
2900. 888-774-2900. 888-774-2900. And that's 24/7. Is that managed by a person at the other end?
It's actually managed by CCADV. It's our statewide domestic violence resource hotline. So we have advocates that staff it live.
As a
advocates.
human?
Yeah, a human.
No AI bot?
No AI bot. A certified domestic violence counselor staffs it, and we'll connect you, do an initial intake and connect you to
888-774-2900. Thank you, Megan Scanlon, for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for
Our
having me.
best to your hubby.
Yes, thank you.
Okay? All right. Thank you so much.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Travelers to the U.S. may soon have to provide more information, including 5 years of their social media history. That could include people from countries like Britain and France. Linda Kenyon has more.
The proposal, which is open for a 60-day comment period, is part of President Trump's effort to screen out visitors he says may pose a threat to national security or public safety. The program would apply to citizens of 42 countries who presently do not need a visa to travel to the United States and can stay up to 90 days for tourism or business travel. The proposal would also apply to people who are already in the U.S. and applying for asylum, green cards, or American citizenship. Critics of the changes say it could harm the tourism industry, especially before the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Another judge is allowing the Justice Department to make public more secret grand jury transcripts in the Jeffrey Epstein case. CBS's Scott McFarland reports.
Federal judge has ordered that the 2019 Jeffrey Epstein prosecution grand jury materials, investigative materials, be unsealed. It is rare for a judge to unseal grand jury materials, but under this new law passed by Congress, signed by the president, requiring the release of the full Epstein files, there have been not one, not two, but three federal judges who've ordered the release of Epstein case files in their jurisdiction.
A federal judge said today the Trump administration must end its deployment of California National Guard troops in Los Angeles. The order, which is stayed until Monday, requires control of the troops be returned to Governor Newsom. CBS's Tom Hansen is following.
We are seeing a tweet that is coming in on X from Governor Gavin Newsom himself. He says Donald Trump diverted these brave men and women from their vital public safety operations and deployed them against the very communities they took an oath to serve.
The judge said the federal government illegally kept troops in the city long after the protests against immigration raids. The Federal Reserve is announcing its decision on interest rates at this hour. Kelly O'Grady on what's behind their decision.
It's about the go forward piece because you have rising unemployment and weakness in the labor market, as well as inflation that's not runaway, but it is ticking up. So I think you're going to see a much more cautious tone from Fed Chair Powell. Of course, he'll be pressed on what we can expect for 2026 when it comes to interest rates. I bet you hear him say we're going to have to wait and see.
The Federal Reserve has just announced it's voted to hold rates steady. The Pacific Northwest is bracing for another round of heavy rain. 12 inches has fallen over 2 days in parts of Washington and more than 10 inches in some areas of Oregon. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-44. That's 855-SHARE-44. 855-SHARE-44.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Newly elected Bridgeport City Councilor Galen Murray has released a position paper outlining his recommended goals for the next council president. Last week, the city council met and was unable to elect a new president, sparking fierce pushback from council members.
All right, the vote fails. We don't have a council president. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the appointment of the city council standing committees. I don't know what to tell you. You don't want to pick a council president.
The council is set to meet again this coming Monday, where one of the three candidates for president is expected to be elected. Murray's position paper outlined potential goals for the new president, including improving transparency, prioritizing economic development, and fostering professionalism in council relations. Murray himself is not one of the declared nominees. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim is making a renewed push to bring a commercial airline to Sikorsky Memorial Airport. There have been many attempts over the years to bring commercial service to the Stratford Airport, as well as efforts to get new ownership of the airport, but ultimately nothing has happened on both fronts. However, News 12 reported that Ganim says there is new support from both the government and the public to bring commercial service to Sikorsky. The State Department of Public Health reports that flu and RSV cases are rising, especially in New York City. Health experts say that's an early warning sign for Connecticut. Everyone over the age of 6 months should be vaccinated to protect themselves and others from serious illness. Vaccinations are especially recommended for those over the age of 60, pregnant women, and people with chronic conditions. And members of the Connecticut Air National Guard are home from deployment. Family members welcomed home the service members Tuesday at Bradley International Airport. Members of the 103rd Airlift Wing had been deployed to East Africa since this past summer to provide logistical support to the Combined Joint Task Force Horn of Africa. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
8:25 connector southbound. The exit going to 95 north is blocked with an accident. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. The lower Merritt will save you the most time. In New Haven, 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound volume delays through Hamden down to the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound crawling along through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, I want to start today off setting up our first topic here. I'm going to start this off for you with a little bit of a, well, let's call this a homework assignment. Because there is an excellent story, an excellent piece of investigative journalism done by the Connecticut Insider, the Connecticut Post, and Hearst Connecticut Media. And I went and posted it. It is, if you haven't seen it yet, you really have to read this. Now, you'll see where I'm going here in a moment. Stand by. There is a story titled, and again, you're going to go, oh, this again. I know there are some people who whine and moan at me on the messaging app. Oh, you're talking about this again? Yeah. You're talking about the absentee ballots again? Yeah. You're talking about this? Yes, I am. You know why? Because it's my show. And if you don't like what I bring up on my show, don't listen. What can I tell you? We'll get to the absentee ballot thing in just a bit, because that's issue number 2 today. But as the great John McLaughlin used to say, issue 1. Here we go round and loop-de-loop again with sham marriages. Now, remember when this first popped up, it popped up in New Haven. Remember this about, I don't know, my buddy Paul Bass was able to uncover this in the New Haven Independent, about a year and a half, 2 years ago? Remember that? And a civil servant in New Haven pretty much got threatened and railroaded by Mayor Justin Elicker and all the lefties that run my hometown, the city of my birth, because she called the feds or she called Hartford or whatever and said, hey, she knew after decades in the town clerk's office that these were bogus marriages. But because some of them involved illegals, of course, everybody in New Haven put on their knee pads, and you know what happened. So from New Haven, then, there was this story that we were getting this also in Bridgeport. And if you recall, I believe there were some names like Wanda Jeter Pataki mentioned, I think in the New Haven story and maybe in the Bridgeport story as well, because she's all over the place. She's allegedly, be fair here, in every story. And trust me, we'll get to the absentee ballot thing here. And in those stories, if you remember when I was talking about those stories, now follow along, follow the bouncing ball, sing along with Mitch here, 1, 2, 3, 4. There were news accounts and people even calling this show to say, hey, there's funny stuff going on now in Trumbull and in Southington. Remember that? I had a couple of callers on this show who said, hey, by the way, a couple told me on the air, a few people told me off the air, hey, there's funny business going on in Trumbull. Because, again, it was alluded to also in the Hearst story, and I think in the New Haven Independent story. So guess what's happened here? In the words of Gomer Pyle, USMC, surprise, surprise, surprise. In the Connecticut Post here, women told police in Connecticut they were threatened into sham marriages. And guess which municipality we're looking at now? Yes, Southington. Women were told police they were threatened into sham marriages as Southington flagged factory line unions. Excellent story here written by Brianna Garciulo. Brianna, I hope I'm saying your name right. And Joshua Eaton. The subhead on this, the incident appears to point to a larger pattern in Southington and at least several other Connecticut communities. Well, yes. Those other communities we've been talking about, thanks to the good stuff that Hearst has been doing and the New Haven Independent's been doing. New Haven, Bridgeport, allegations about Trumbull, and Southington. Now, I took the link from this Southington story, and it's up on our Facebook page. So if you go to our Facebook page, you know what that is. Facebook.com/Voice of CT, and we have our question of the day up. So when you go to vote on the question of the day or to voice your opinion on it, make sure you read the story there. I cannot give this justice. The story is this good. The research, the quotes, the juxtaposition of the marriage people and the justices of the peace and the cities and town clerk. If I was just to read a few segments of this, it would be unfair to you because so much of this stuff is juxtaposed in this story, and so much of this stuff is introduced in a lot of really good detail that it would take me 2 hours to read this story, honestly, to give it a fair shake. I will say this, though, and here's where we're going to start today. And this is the question I'm going to put out there. Now, and again, And we'll get to the absentee ballot thing later because this all weaves into that. But as far as the sham marriages, this now is the fourth city or town, the fourth municipality, that there are at least strong allegations that there are sham marriages here. Allegedly going on in Bridgeport, allegedly going on in Trumbull, allegedly going on in New Haven, allegedly going on in Southington. Now, I know what a lot of you people are saying, well, what's the big deal? You know, we can control if somebody wants to marry some. You know what the big deal is? It's flouting the law, and it's costing you and I money. Because as they point out in many of these stories, these sham marriages are a quick way to be able to stay in the country. Now, as far as the Democrats in Hartford are concerned, they probably like that. See, this is my point now. And yes, I'm going to have Republican leader Steve Harding on coming up next hour to talk about this. Because here's how we tie all this in. There is an election next year. Not only for governor, that's the sexy election in the state. There's election for members of Congress. Trust me, our 5 Democratic House reps are not going anywhere. The 5th district may be somewhat competitive. We'll see, but I firmly expect Johanna Hayes, our 5th district congresswoman, to win again. The other 4 will be blowouts. Trust me, they're not going to be close. So I am now wondering if the Democratic majority in the state house with 151 legislators, about 100 are Democratic. The state Senate, 36 legislators, about that, 24, 25 are Democratic. I wonder if they will do anything about this. Now, they can strut around and peacock around about the housing bill. Oh, we're so good. Look at what we did with the housing bill. Well, the housing bill, you just shut everybody out. You just passed everything in the dead of night on some sort of special session there. This was not an emergency. You did that, and you're strutting around like you actually did something. Okay, I'll give you that. Maybe you did something. You going to do anything about this? Now, my initial thought would be, and please surprise me, prove me wrong here. You know, in the House, Matt Ritter and Jason Rojas. In the Senate, Bob Duff and Martin Looney. Maybe the governor, maybe Attorney General William Tong, if he's not suing Trump for the 433rd time. Why doesn't everybody get together, the Democratic leadership in Hartford, and try and crack down on these sham marriages? Well, Paul, there's not, this law and that. Okay, well, tell me what you can do and what you can't do. Because you know what? Unless I'm convinced otherwise, not only do I not think that the Democratic majority in the House and Senate doesn't give a crap about this. I wish I could use another word, but I'd like to be back tomorrow, not suspended. Not only do I think they don't give an SH about this, they actually like it. Well, how do you say that, Paul? Well, why haven't they said anything about it? Again, the uproar you've heard now is we're into Chapter 4 about these sham marriages. And, folks, you have to read these stories. Prospective brides changing clothes, people being threatened. There's police testimony there. And yet it goes on and on and on. Why isn't any? Now, maybe I've missed this. You can tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. You tell me, why haven't we heard anything yet? Now, the Republicans have already sent out a couple of news releases today. We'll have Steve Harding on next hour, right after the 3:30 news. But why haven't we heard, at least to any great extent, from Bob Duff on this? Martin Looney? Matt Ritter? Jason Rojas? Or even the governor? Well... Or maybe we actually know why. To quote another great talk show host I grew up listening to, what are they so afraid of?
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
What if giving back was as easy as checking your phone? Now it is. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. If you love supporting local nonprofits, head to shoppinganyway.com to download the app. Signing up is easy with some basic info. Tap the heart on a profile to follow and get alerts about all of their needs. Because you're shopping anyway, helping others has never been easier at shoppinganyway.com. Do you know a nonprofit that relies on contributions? Go to shoppinganyway.com and send us an email. Because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
It's why Access Health CT is here to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a Big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food, served fast.
Get a new energy-efficient heating system now from Hoffman Energy. With great financing options, $0 down, and low monthly payments. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 now.
The Snow Country Ski Report brought to you by Land Rover Fairfield. Discover your next Land Rover on Commerce Drive in Fairfield. Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. More fresh snow for the northern mountains. Lots of snowmaking means a quick start for ski areas close to home. Powder Ridge and Sundown open Friday close to home. Mohawk and Southington on Saturday. Butternut in the Berkshires opens Thursday. 8 trails plus the learning area. Wachusett's open in Massachusetts. 7-pack powder trails, many more on the way. In Vermont, Stratton has trails from the summit for every ability. 41 trails riding the gondola in high-speed 6-pack chairs. And Killington on more than 60 slopes covering more than 30 miles. Almost all mountain areas now open at Killington. Bromley's open on 8 trails. More snow for Smuggler's Notch. A couple dozen pack powder trails, 1.5 feet since this time last week. Look for Magic Thursday, Pico and Bolton Valley Friday. This report presented by Smuggler's Notch, Vermont, America's family resort. Visit smugs.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exit 16 and 17. Left lane is blocked. On the Parkway, you have it in both directions between exits 21 and exit 36. On the southbound side, construction, exit 13 down to 10. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound roadwork, exit 50 down to the West Rock Tunnel. Right lane is blocked. Northbound, you have it in North Haven, exit 53 and going up into Wallingford. On 91 northbound construction, exits 10 through 16, taking out 2 lanes. And Route 8 northbound roadwork at exit 12. Right and center lanes are blocked. Southbound side, you have it at exit 18 down to 15. Stay to the right to get through. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Okay, I urge you to read this story. Look, let me just give you a couple of paragraphs here, because the story is so thorough and so intricately laid out by the Connecticut Insider and Hearst Connecticut Media. I would be doing it a disservice if I tried to summarize it here, the dope I am. So I put the link to the story. Go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Go there, because apparently our elected officials in Connecticut, from the governor on down, including Democratic leaders in the House and Senate, it's always the Democrats with you, Paul. Yes, it is. because the Republicans keep screaming about this and nothing happens. And again, they're apparently now, when we've heard this, people were calling and telling us this. I had people messaging me on this. I talked to a couple of listeners off the air about this. They didn't want to come on the air. Right when we were talking about these sham marriages in order to allow illegals to stay in Connecticut to get bogus citizenship and cost you and I money, we were told through news outlets, hey, this is also happening in Trumbull. It's also happening in Southington, along with New Haven and along with Bridgeport. And the reason it happens is because there are either no waiting periods or short waiting periods. I don't know. Can we lengthen out the waits here to thwart these idiots? I know some people that go to get a quickie marriage at a city hall or town hall actually love each other. They're holding hands. They see birds and butterflies all around. I get the pitter-patter of their little hearts. I understand it. But you know what? If they love each other so much, maybe they can wait a week or two. How about that, huh? You like that? Records obtained by the Connecticut Insider show that while the incident that now again, this is what I mean. You have to read a few previous paragraphs to this. But records obtained by the Connecticut Insider show that while some incidents are unusual, it appears to point to a larger pattern in Southington. You got Southington, are you there? Hello. Come in, Southington. Town officials in Southington have been communicating now. Here's why the governor, here's why the Democrats in the state House and state Senate, why they don't want to do anything. Town officials in Southington have been communicating with federal immigration authorities for at least a year. Good for them. About their suspicions over sham marriages. Oh, my God. Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned that. Now all the Southington lefties are going to be boycotting, saying, why are you talking with the Trump people? This is just awful. Come on. You think I'm kidding? You don't think there'd be protest? Now that this story is out, you watch. I can almost guarantee you we'll have protests at Southington Town Hall. My God. 2468, please stop spreading the hate. I mean, just because they communicated with federal authorities. The new revelations come after a Connecticut Insider investigation found that Southington is one of at least several communities in Connecticut, along with Bridgeport, New Haven, and Trumbull, where questions have surfaced about potential sham marriages. Hey, and you people in Southington, be careful. Again, they railroaded the lefties in New Haven from Mayor Elliger on down. They steamrolled and railroaded a woman in the city town clerk's office because she called the officials because she knew there was something bogus going on. Be careful in Southington. The lefty mobs are going to come after you. Local officials in each municipality have been in contact with the feds about marriages in recent years. Good. Keep it up. Here's my question, and we're already getting responses to it. And they're a little cynical. Can I say that? Facebook.com/Voice of CT. There are more reports of sham marriages in Connecticut. Will lawmakers do anything about it? Or are they just going to look the other way? Geez, what do you think the answer will be in Blue Connecticut? You tell me, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exit 16 and 17. Left lane is blocked. On the Parkway southbound, you have it exit 13 down to 10. And then you have it on both sides of the Merritt Parkway between exit 21 and exit 36. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, construction exit 50 down to the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound side, you have it exit 53 up into Wallingford. 91 northbound, construction exits 10 through 16, taking out 2 lanes. Route 8 northbound, right and center lanes are blocked at exit 12A. On the southbound side, construction exits 18 down to 15. Left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Wall Street's been relatively quiet ahead of the Fed's announcement this next hour on interest rates.
We are widely expecting a cut.
CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
What we're really going to be looking for is, yes, do we get the cut today? But now where do we go from here? Because there's been a lot of uncertainty. We know there's a lot of division among the Board of Governors. We aren't expecting this to be a unanimous decision, just like it wasn't at the last meeting. But where do they see inflation going? Where do they see the labor market going?
Traders are bracing for the possibility of fewer cuts next year. Scott McFarland reports a judge has joined 2 others in granting the Justice Department's request to unseal material from investigations into Jeffrey Epstein.
It's not clear when we're going to see paper on this, but it's going to be hundreds of thousands of pages, and it could come before December 19th.
That's the date now mandated by law for the Justice Department to release all of its materials on Epstein. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A second person has pleaded guilty to absentee ballot fraud charges pertaining to the last 2 Democratic mayoral primaries in Bridgeport. Nilsa Heredia will receive a 2-year suspended prison sentence and 2 years of probation under a plea agreement. Prosecutors say 2 Bridgeport voters testified that Heredia had them sign absentee ballot applications and instructed them how to fill them out, then took them away. City Councilman Alfredo Castillo and Democratic Town Committee Vice Chair Wanda Jeter-Pataki are also facing charges related to alleged absentee ballot fraud. Another municipality is on the investigation radar after more alleged sham marriages. Southington officials say they have reason to believe that immigration fraud was committed after a, quote, factory line marriage took place. Southington joins New Haven and Bridgeport as communities where potential sham marriages have taken place, with one reported in Trumbull as well. A Westport man will spend over a year behind bars for his part in an international scheme. The U.S. Justice Department announced Tuesday Glenn Oztemel was sentenced to 15 months. Over the course of 8 years, he bribed Brazilian government officials and laundered money to secure business for 2 companies where he worked. Federal prosecutors say he paid over $1 million in bribes to officials at a Brazilian state-owned oil and gas company in exchange for inside information. That information gave his companies a competitive advantage in winning lucrative fuel oil contracts. A former Stamford resident is going to prison for mail theft. Kira Blount was sentenced Tuesday to 30 months for bank fraud and mail theft. Blount was arrested last year, and she admitted she forged stolen checks to steal over $150,000. The 35-year-old worked for the post office in Stamford at the time. Blount now lives in North Carolina, and she'll start serving her sentence in April. Senator Chris Murphy is calling the Warner Brothers drama a red alert moment. The senator talked Tuesday about the potential sale of Warner Brothers.
But it's not just Paramount. It's Paramount, the Trump family, and the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar are now trying to buy Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers includes CNN.
Netflix announced last week it has entered into a definitive agreement to acquire Warner Brothers, but Paramount announced this week it's launching a hostile bid to buy the company. Murphy wrote on X that neither deal should go through because they're terrible for consumers and democracy, and says it is a story about corruption and President Trump using government power to gain control of the media. The winter storm pushing through the region today is forecasted to bring rain to the majority of Connecticut. North and west of Hartford could see wet snow with some minor accumulation. An inch or two of snow is possible in the higher elevations of Litchfield County. Precipitation was expected by late afternoon and then to end later on tonight. Senator Richard Blumenthal is accusing immigration agents of detaining U.S. citizens. The senator said Tuesday on MSNBC over 20 citizens shared stories with him of being seized, confined in absolutely shocking conditions, and brutally assaulted.
Americans should have a hard time recognizing our great nation in these shocking, stomach-turning stories of fellow Americans assaulted brutally by agents of the United States government.
He added that some suffered lasting injuries and were kept in unsanitary conditions for 7 days. Blumenthal says masked ICE and CBP agents seizing U.S. citizens isn't the nation we know and cherish, and totalitarian tactics have no place in our democracy. And an in-person meeting will be held tonight to discuss the plans for a stretch of I-95 in Stamford. The Department of Transportation is figuring out ways to improve safety and mobility along 95, specifically between exits 7 and 9.
No bad ideas in a brainstorm. Everything's on the table. And ultimately, that range of alternatives, the multiple options, the dozens of different scenarios, will ultimately get weeded out and thinned out as the process moves forward.
The DOT also wants to develop concepts to replace the I-95 bridge over Metro North Railroad and Myrtle Avenue. Tonight's meeting to weigh in on this conversation is from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Ferguson Library in Stamford. There will also be a virtual meeting tomorrow to get public feedback from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. on Zoom. The link for the meeting is available at i95stamford.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exit 16 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the Parkway southbound. You have it exit 13 down to 10. And then you have it on both sides of the Merritt Parkway between exit 21 and exit 36. On the Wilbur Cross southbound construction, exit 50 down to the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound side, you have it exit 53 up into Wallingford. 91 northbound construction, exits 10 through 16, taking out 2 lanes. Route 8 northbound, right and center lanes are blocked at exit 12A. On the southbound side, construction, exits 18 down to 15, left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, if anything, there's consistency in this state. We end up doing nothing. Stuff that hits taxpayers right between the eyes. You know, where the bridge of your nose is, you go up about, a quarter of an inch, a half an inch from the bridge of your nose. I'm touching it right now for you folks on the cameras. Hi, how are you? Twitch.tv, search for WICC. YouTube, go to our page, WICC page. Click on the red circular logo there, and you could watch me do the show, which consists of me speaking into a very expensive microphone and sipping coffee. But boy, I got to tell you, right between the eyes, we get hit. The taxpayers of this state get hit with the same stuff over and over again, and to a large part, the majority in Hartford, yes, I'm going to keep saying it because it's true, the Democratic majority in Hartford, the vast majority of whom will be reelected next year in the House and Senate because the vast majority of voters in this state are in a catatonic stupor. They do nothing. So here we have an excellent report here. And again, if you go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. Now, and you heard Chris had it in the news, Southington now, although Southington and Trumbull were rumored when we first saw this story in Bridgeport in the Connecticut Post. Again, they did great reporting on that too. And my buddy Paul Bass at the New Haven Independent did the graft in New Haven. And how did the Democrats in New Haven react? They ran the woman who noticed this out of a job. Because, she broke a rule. How dare she call Hartford or call the feds and say, hey, there may be some, a crime going on here or something untowardly. We can't have that reported, though, in Blue, Connecticut. Can we? Oh, my God. What a disgrace. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Oh, we got another one in today. I'll give you this one a little later. I'm going to spoon feed you the happy news today. Another state agency playing fast and loose with our money and your money. God bless the auditors of the state of Connecticut. I'm telling you, Ryan Fazio, if you're out there listening, Aaron Stewart, if you're out there listening, because Ned Lamont never is going to do it. I think he would like to do it, but he's not going to do it. If there is a Republican governor, please, from my lips to God's ears, if there's a Republican governor elected next year, please, Governor Fazio or Governor Stewart, a top-to-bottom audit of every cent spent by every department. Please, please. So we have that. But again, you got to read this story. Again, I put it in our Facebook page. Women told police they were threatened into sham marriages as the town of Southington flagged what they call factory line unions. This appears, the paper says, to point to a larger pattern in Southington and at least several other Connecticut communities. Yes, New Haven, allegedly. Bridgeport, allegedly. Trumbull, allegedly. You folks in Trumbull, and by the way, if you know what's going on in town, but you don't want to come on the radio, or if you folks want to blow the whistle in Bridgeport, or in Trumbull, or in Southington, or in New Haven, you can always text me. I won't read your name. I won't say that you work for the city or the town, but I will be happy to read what you want to tell me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And our question of the day, facebook.com/Voice of CT. I know it's kind of an obvious question. Maybe it's a rigged question, loaded, but I have to ask it. There are more reports of sham marriages in Connecticut. Will lawmakers actually do anything about it or just talk about it? Listen, if you can't do anything about it, at least come to a set of microphones, which the Republicans seem to have no problem in doing. I'm going to have Steve Harding on next hour to talk about it. Wouldn't it be nice? Honestly, wouldn't it be nice if both sides in the General Assembly, and maybe this will happen, maybe my bluff will get called, but wouldn't it be nice if, both sides in the General Assembly say, hey, we may disagree on stuff, but this stuff we agree on, that these sham marriages have to be stopped. We're looking into ways that we can do something on the state level versus on the federal level. It's a complicated issue. Okay, at least come out and say that. But those who govern us with their majority powers won't say it. Why won't they say it? Why do you think they won't say it? Maybe because it has to do with illegals? Maybe? You think? Now, I don't know that. Or if they actually came out and tried to say something, would they be criticized by, here's my favorite, immigration advocates? Is that what we're worried about? Prove me wrong. And if they come out and say something, I'll say, well, good for them, good on them, they shut me up. But will we hear anything from Governor Ned Lamont? Will we hear anything from Matt Ritter, the House Speaker? Will we hear anything from Jason Rojas, the House Majority Leader? Will we hear anything from Bob Duff or Martin Looney in the Senate? I certainly hope we do.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exit 16 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the Parkway southbound. You have it exit 13 down to 10. And then you have it on both sides of the Merritt Parkway between exit 21 and exit 36. On the Wilbur Cross southbound construction, exit 50 down to the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound side, you have it exit 53 up into Wallingford. 91 northbound construction, exits 10 through 16, taking out 2 lanes. Route 8 northbound, right and center lanes are blocked at exit 12A. On the southbound side, construction, exits 18 down to 15, left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Again, kudos to Hearst, Connecticut Media. And I know a lot of people in my audience, they complain about Hearst. Oh, they're a bunch of libs. Listen, this is a good story. This is good reporting. I've been a reporter. I've had some reporting awards. I used to work at a newspaper. I've done some reportage in my life. This is good stuff. So kudos to Brianna Gersulo, Brianna, I don't want to butcher your name here, and Joshua Eaton. Women told police they were threatened into sham marriages as factory line unions are being flagged now in Southington. Now, we heard rumors about Southington. We've heard rumors about Trumbull. We had documented investigations about New Haven and about Bridgeport. So here's my question. Are we going to hear anything? And I hope they would prove me wrong. And if they prove me wrong, I will come right out and lead my next show with it. But are the majority Democrats in Hartford going to do, or at least say something about this? Now, my guess is they won't. And again, if they prove me wrong here, if they call my bluff, I will gladly say, hey, guess what? Good on them. But where are the calls for a crackdown on this? Now, I know what they're going to say. Well, it's tough, it's tough to tell whether someone is truly in love with that. Well, you know what? Why don't you listen to the city and town clerks and the justices of the peace, many of whom were quoted in this story, and they're the people on the front line, right? You JPs out there? I've heard from some, one of my old radio compadres is a JP. And they know. Now, again, in this story here, and it's a very long story, I don't want to just cherry pick a line or two here. But again, there are some parallels to what we saw in Trumbull and in New Haven and in Bridgeport and all like that with, the women looked uncomfortable. They were changing dresses. They say a lot of the grooms, and don't get up my rear end for this, saying that, they're Indian men, older Indian men, dressed well. I mean, come on. Can we just find out what what is going on here? And maybe it's complicated. All right, I'll give you that. Maybe it's complicated. But I don't know, has Governor Lamont, I think Governor Lamont may have commented on this the first time this happened years and years and years. I'm not sorry, not years, months ago, I'm sorry. But what's the deal here? What's the deal here? Records obtained by the Connecticut Insider show that while the incident in question was unusual, and they start the story with, I guess, threats made by someone or to someone to keep their mouth shut here, it appears to point to a larger problem in Southington. So you people in Southington, if you're listening, or in Cheshire, Southington, in the general area, go to town hall. Call what says Southington have, a first selectman, a mayor, I don't know. Who's ever in charge? Get on the phone and say, fix this. Freaking fix it. Town officials have been communicating with federal immigration authorities. Well, that's why the Dems won't say anything. For at least a year about their suspicions over sham marriages. The new revelations come after a Connecticut Insider investigation found that Southington, go figure, said that Southington is one of at least several communities in the state, along with Bridgeport, shocking, New Haven, shocking, and Trumbull, where questions have surfaced about potential sham marriages. I actually talked to somebody a few months back from Trumbull who gave me some interest, but it was off the air, and I'm not going to say what was said, but I went, kind of interesting. And the notion was that maybe they're collecting evidence. I don't know. Maybe that's it. I don't know. John in Stratford starts us off today. John, how are you? What's up?
Good, Paul. I just want a good topic, but I want to talk about something a little bit different, but along those lines.
Yeah.
You talked about the Trump and the Venezuelan gang.
Yeah.
But that was all a sham in the media to cover the outrageous cover-up and fraud happening in Minnesota with the Somalis.
They
Billions
are
of dollars being, and that got no public media attention. And along this lines of fraud, if it has to do with the new esteemed class of illegals,
yeah,
you don't get there's no mention of it.
The networks, with the exception of like Fox and News Nation, the networks haven't really been covering that, John, a lot. I wonder why, John. I'm stunned, aren't you?
Stunned.
Stunned.
Let's say you go after one boat and makes public news, but you send billions of dollars to a terrorist organization in Somalia, and that's okay.
John, thank you for the call, my friend. Yeah, we'll get to that later. John, I'm glad you pointed that out because the Somalia story is on my roster of stuff today. It is. I saw a graphic online from a few days ago showing how much time in minutes on their nightly newscast that was devoted to this controversy in Somalia with Tim Walz. And my God, thank God Tim Walz is not the vice president. Well, how incompetent is this guy? Some of the stuff he says, too, saying it'd be good news if Trump wasn't among us. What a stooge. Guy's a flying moron. But, yeah, there was a graphic the other day showing how much time on the story was dedicated by each network, and it was like 0.001 minute. And I know what you're saying. Well, it's a local story, and they're handling it. Let me ask you this, then. If that was a Republican mayor, how much time that would have been the lead story on all the networks, and maybe it should have been. I'm not saying it wasn't. But sometimes the bias is just so evident. Yikes. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, construction, exit 16 and 17. Left lane is blocked on the Parkway southbound. You have it exit 13 down to 10. And then you have it on both sides of the Merritt Parkway between exit 21 and exit 36. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, construction, exit 50 down to the West Rock Tunnel. Northbound side, you have it exit 53 up into Wallingford. 91 northbound, construction, exits 10 through 16, taking out 2 lanes. Route 8 northbound, right and center lanes are blocked at exit 12A. On the southbound side, construction, exits 18 down to 15, left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
This season, shop small and save big at Spectre Furniture and Mattress Gallery in Ansonia. Celebrate store-wide savings on Lazy Boy recliners, Beauty Rest mattresses, and more, just in time to refresh your home before the holidays. Stop by and spread some cheer. Spectre Furniture is a proud drop-off site for teams' toys for kids. Bring in a new unwrapped toy and brighten a child's season. Spectre Furniture, trusted for 135 years on Main Street in Ansonia. Shop small, save big, give back.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, open phones if you want to chime in here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Steve Harding joins us next hour to talk about More reports of these alleged sham marriages. Also, in the 4 o'clock hour coming up, we will welcome an author of the new book, Jewish Roots of American Liberty, The Impact of Hebraic Ideas on the American Story. I'd love to chat about that. And it's Wednesday. Hearst, Connecticut Media senior editor and columnist Dan Haar will be checking in with us. So again, if you haven't seen the story, and I assume they're going to, I think they're going to keep it on the free side of the paywall, but I put it up on our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT. Women told police in Connecticut they were threatened into sham marriages. So that's one part of the story here, that there's threatening going on here. And I know some folks have messaged me saying, what was the threatening about? It's a very complicated story. And yes, the cops are involved, and I guess, yes, the feds are involved. But now, here's my question. And again, I may be wrong on this. In fact, I am hoping that I am wrong. But in a blue state like Connecticut, with the Trust Act out there, and this is, strengthening and strengthening and strengthening even more the Trust Act, are leaders in Hartford and some municipal leaders, are they cooperating as full as they can with the feds on this? Or is this just Orange Man bad again?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The Federal Reserve has reduced its key interest rate. Jason Brooks begins our coverage.
Wall Street anticipated the quarter-point cut down to 3.5 to 3.75%, the lowest range in 3 years. But the Fed's updated economic forecast also indicates that the Fed will only cut rates once in 2026 and one more time in 2027. The vote came from a divided voting committee, with Fed Governor Stephen Mirren voting for a larger half-point cut for the third straight meeting, while there were 2 votes to pause rates from Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee and Kansas City Fed President Jeffrey Schmid.
CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Essentially, this makes borrowing money just a little bit cheaper. 0.25 percentage point is not that much, I will admit, but something is better than nothing.
A federal judge said today the Trump administration must end its deployment of California National Guard troops in Los Angeles. Tom Hansen has a look at the order.
6 months after they first federalized the California National Guard, defendants, meaning the government, still retain control of approximately 300 guardsmen despite no evidence that execution of federal law is impeded in any way.
Governor Newsom tweeted President Trump diverted the troops from their vital public safety operations and deployed them against the very communities they took an oath to serve. Another federal judge has given the Justice Department the okay to unseal grand jury records in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. That in the wake of a new law that was just passed requiring the department to release all of its Epstein files. CBS News correspondent Scott McFarland reports this is just the latest approval for those secret documents to be made public.
No one knows how they're going to do this. It's got to be released in a searchable form for the public under this federal law, but it very well could be a drip, piecemeal thing done incrementally over time. There's no reason to believe they throw everything down at the same moment, though that would make it more difficult for the public to search, whether that's something people desire or not.
The Pacific Northwest is bracing for another round of powerful storms, packing a lot of rain. Meteorologist Jessica Birch has been keeping an eye on things.
Within the past 2 days alone, we've seen over 12 inches accumulate all the way up into Washington and a town called Swift Creek. We head all the way down into Cedar, Oregon, 10.4. We've been seeing such impressive rainfall totals, and this exact same storm system not only brings in rain and snow throughout the Cascades across the Rockies, but it also is bringing in some scary winds too.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street after the Federal Reserve's decision today, stocks are higher. The Dow Jones Industrials up 503 points, and the Nasdaq is higher by nearly 83. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say micro, offer ends 12/14. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A former Stamford resident is going to prison for mail theft. Kara Blount was sentenced Tuesday to 30 months for bank fraud and mail theft. Blount was arrested last year, and she admitted she forged stolen checks to steal over $150,000. The 35-year-old worked for the post office in Stamford at the time. Blount now lives in North Carolina, and she'll start serving her sentence in April. Another municipality is on the investigation radar after more alleged sham marriages. Southington officials say they have reason to believe that immigration fraud was committed after a, quote, factory line marriage took place. Southington joins New Haven and Bridgeport as communities where potential sham marriages have taken place, with one reported in Trumbull as well. Senator Chris Murphy calls the Warner Brothers drama a red alert moment. The senator talked Tuesday about the potential sale of Warner Brothers.
But it's not just Paramount. It's Paramount, the Trump family, and the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar are now trying to buy Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers includes CNN.
Netflix announced last week it has entered into a definitive agreement to acquire Warner Brothers, but Paramount announced this week it's launching a hostile bid to buy the company. Murphy wrote on X, neither deal should go through because they're terrible for consumers and democracy. He also says this is a story about corruption and President Trump using government power to gain control of the media. And members of the Connecticut Air National Guard are home from deployment. Family members welcomed home the service members Tuesday at Bradley International Airport. Members of the 103rd Airlift Wing had been deployed to East Africa since this past summer to provide a logistical support to the Combined Joint Task Force Horn of Africa. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. You do have some congestion delays coming out of Norwalk going into no man's land in Fairfield. And in New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Sorry, I just read a text here. Oh, man. Yeah, I just... Oh, man. Yeah, I normally don't lose it like this, but I just read the first line of a text. Yeah, this one I can't read, but it's good, though. It's funny. It's good. Oh, man. So if you want to send me, some adult, I shouldn't really solicit that on the text thing here. Anyway, 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Oh man. So we're talking about in all manner of seriousness here. We are talking here about an excellent story, and I did put the link for it up on our Facebook page, and I know a lot of folks go to our Facebook page to vote on my uber perceptive, my judgment, not yours, Facebook questions of the day. And the question that I put up today is, there are reports of sham marriages, more sham marriages in the state. You know what a sham marriage is. It's likely just a quickie marriage in front of a justice of the peace to make sure somebody can stay in the country. What a shock. Do you think lawmakers will actually do anything about it? Or will they just look the other way and go, la, 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 nothing? Well, how do you know it's a sham marriage, Paul? Well, they didn't hire a DJ. They don't have a reservation next Wednesday at Mario's Wedding Factory. Hey, oofa. No. Yeah, I mean, come on. These town clerks, these city clerks, these JPs, these justices of the peach, il pace, they know what's going on. So again, my question here is, now we're going to talk to Steve Harding about this, Republican state Senate leader, coming up just after the news at the bottom of the hour. But wouldn't it be nice, as the Beach Boys once sang, to get, I guess, maybe this has happened. I don't know if it has. I doubt it. I'd love to get proven wrong here. But wouldn't it be nice if both sides got together in Hartford and said, hey, here's something that we can actually come together on and say this has to be investigated? Or maybe it is being investigated and the feds, maybe the Democrats in Hartford are actually cooperating with the feds on this, with the Trump people. Oh, my God. I'm sure some of them would rather jump into a live volcano than doing that. I don't know. So we have that today. We have a 3-part They Don't Care About You today. Part number 2, how about this? Let's shift gears here. Ganim campaign worker pleads guilty to absentee ballot fraud in the 2019 Bridgeport primary. Again, this is the Joe Ganim v. Marilyn Moore round. We're not talking about Gomes v. Ganim. This goes back, if you're scoring at home, as the late Lindsey Nelson used to say. A relatively low-level player in Bridgeport politics, according to Ethan Fry's story here, became the second person to plead guilty Wednesday, today that is, in connection with absentee ballot fraud in the city's last 2 Democratic mayoral primaries. Nilsa Heredia pleading guilty to illegal possession of an absentee ballot, misrepresenting eligibility requirements for absentees, and tampering with a witness. So she gets 2 years of a suspended sentence and 2 years of probation when the plea agreement becomes put in place on the 11th of February. The charges are connected to the 2019 Democratic mayoral primary between then-incumbent Joe Ganim and challenger then State Senate member Marilyn Moore. Remember this? Moore won more votes from the voting on Election Day. Joe Ganim propelled to the win on the strength of the absentees. Look, we're not going to relitigate that. That's been done over and over here. But again, here you have a person. Now, I know the story says low-level player. Well, I get it. I understand it. I know what they're trying to say here, okay? So a 2 years suspended prison term and 2 years of probation, which means, okay, there's ink on the form of her criminal record. But let me ask you this. Seriously, legitimate question here. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I know most of the time I am. But I'm not trying to be a jerk in this one. So this plea deal says here in the Hearst publication, she'll get a 2 years. Now, she appears to be an older woman. I don't know. Listen, I'm not for just throwing people in jail for the sake of having them sit in a cell when you could have maybe more violent criminals there. All right? We all get that. We all kind of understand that. Right. But it's a plea agreement that calls for Heredia to get a 2-year suspended sentence and 2 years of probation. So, essentially, did nothing happen to her? Yeah, I know she technically got a 2-year term and 2 years of probation. Okay, and my question is, does that deter anyone from any more absentee ballot funny business? Yes, that is me pounding on a console here for added emphasis. So again, I don't want people stuck in solitary confinement for this. I don't want them locked away in some 4x8 cell where they can't stand up. It's not the point here. But what is the answer? When you continually have these scenarios, mostly in Bridgeport, but in other parts of the state, they pop up once or twice every few years. Not a lot, thankfully. So you have a 2-year suspended prison sentence and 2 years of probation. And then you have what? A subsequent investigation by Hearst, Connecticut media revealed indications of systemic fraud, which prompted a civil lawsuit and a trial, but a judge declined to overturn the results of the election. And you know what happened. And then we went from 2019 to 2023, 4 rounds of that. All right, but the bottom line here is, and this is, I'm going to circle it back here. Again, what are the elected leaders in Hartford doing about this? Again, we supposedly had a bill that may have taken effect or may have been used in this case. The bill in question, which I referenced numerous times here, would then have had the possibility, right, if that bill had passed, of prohibiting Ms. Heredia from doing anything with absentee ballots for 12 years. Remember? There was supposedly this bill. Oh my God, it had bipartisan support in the House. Matt Ritter said, yeah, he could go for this. And Bob Duff in the state Senate said, oh, yes, bipartisan here too. And you know what happened? Squat. That's what happened. Because we got 2 or 3 days of kabuki theater. No, you vote first. No, you vote first. And what happened? Nothing, because the Democratic majorities in Hartford like the way things are. Well, why do you say that, Paul? Well, what else could be the explanation? Tell me, please. I'm begging you. You tell me. How many more convictions and law? We have the Alfredo Castillo, numerous charges. What's going to happen with that too? And again, I'm not sitting here saying throw Mr. Castillo or anybody else in solitary confinement. That's not the point. But when you and everybody's saying, well, it's going to be different here because the Castillo case, there's so many. All right, maybe it will be. But holy crap. Over and over and over again. And please, you people in the Democratic leadership in Hartford, don't say you have bipartisan support on something and then at the end you get cold feet because you're afraid that the people in the Bridgeport delegations are going to get mad.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan.
Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Winter is the best time of the year to test for radon in your home. Closed doors and windows provide the most accurate reading. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test kit from Apex Radon Solutions. Don't miss out on an opportunity to ensure your family's safety. Act now and let Apex Radon Solutions help you breathe easier with peace of mind. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free on-site test kit. Healthy air, healthy home, healthy life with apexradonsolutions.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Shakatoff from Melissa in the Morning here on the Voice of Connecticut, and I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with connections, resources, and insights to create opportunity in today's business landscape. It's a combination of in-person events and podcasts that you can check out on voiceofct.com. In fact, last month I was part of the Reputation Made event hosted at UConn Stamford, and it featured our very good friend Stu Leonard Jr. of Stu Leonard's. But don't worry, if you missed it, that's what the podcast is for. You can actually go back and listen to our conversation with ESPN anchor Arda Ocal and learn more about how to make your business stand out. That topic and other Made conversations all podcasted and posted to our website, voiceofct.com. Again, go back and listen at voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes, Stamford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. You do have some congestion delays coming out of Norwalk going into no man's land in Fairfield. And in New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Now, to be completely fair, and I'm not kidding around here, to be completely fair, back to the scam marriages thing or the sham marriages thing, again, if you go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT, I did link a very, very, very thorough and good Hearst, Connecticut media story regarding now rumblings that were first stated about a year and a half ago, saying, hey, not only are these sham marriages likely going on in Bridgeport, likely going on in New Haven, but there were rumblings too. I remember in those stories, and they mentioned two other cities or towns, one being Trumbull and the other being Southington. And in all seriousness, I don't envy, I honestly don't envy JPs, justices of the peace. I don't envy city or town clerks, people who have to hand out and or check or sign off on marriage licenses. Yeah, I know that can be a little... listen, it's a tough gig, I get it. And I'm sure that there's a very, very, very high fraction or high percentage of people who go through the non-religious or the civil service way of getting married or forming a civil union or whatever, or a marriage, that are legitimately want to give it a go as husband and wife or partner and partner. I get it. I understand that. But there's got to be a better way to, and maybe this is what they're working on. Maybe, I was told off air about a long-term investigation, whatever. But it's got to be hard if you're one of those people, a justice of the peace or a city or town clerk, and you kind of know that there's some, and again, I urge you to read this Hearst story. It's very detailed. It's got 2 or 3 different lines going through it, references back to previous stuff in the story. It's got to be tough if, in fact, you are one of these people and you suspect that a marriage, like there's something not right here. And this is mentioned once or twice in that story. And somebody texted me here at 333-9422, hey, Paul, while it might be hard to prove the legitimacy of 2 people getting married, I feel like in the New Haven and the other cases, they all went through the middleman or person to arrange these marriages. And remember, I guess in the New Haven case, I believe it was Wanda Jeter Pataki, I think, that was mentioned there. Wouldn't the emails and the communications of these middlemen be subject to court orders to turn them over or stop this as an illegal business? Well, I mean, obviously, and there are references in the story to investigations going on, but it's got to be hard. In fact, I was communicating with a couple of people I know who are justices of the peace on the side, but they don't work out of city or town halls. Oftentimes they do, JP ceremonies at actual wedding venues where, there are people getting married, but they're not doing it under the auspices of any religious ceremony. They're doing a civil ceremony, a very civil quick, simple civil ceremony at a wedding venue, very nice venues, maybe, and then they have the dinner and the dancing and everything. And I had one person tell me that in all the years, and they've been doing this, I think 10 or 15 or 20 years, something like that, they said that they only felt, and there was nothing they could act on, but they only felt maybe uncomfortable once over the years. And that's probably why, they're doing it in what we would term a legitimate setting. We'll talk more about this coming up. First, traffic and weather together. News straight ahead on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, 45 minutes. Stanford through Fairfield. The lower Merritt is your best bet. You do have some congestion delays coming out of Norwalk going into no man's land in Fairfield. And in New Haven, 95 south. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you can get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. The Federal Reserve has voted to cut a key interest rate for the third time this year. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
When you think about the things that are impacted by interest rates, if you're a consumer, you might see your credit card interest rate go down a little bit. Again, it's not going to be that helpful if you're looking at an interest rate over 20%. But this may also flow through to things like your 30-year fixed mortgage, your auto loan rates.
The move was in line with market expectations, but the path ahead is less certain.
It's about the go forward piece because you have rising unemployment and weakness in the labor market, as well as inflation that's not runaway, but it is ticking up.
Business reporter Jason Brooks.
The Fed's updated economic forecast also indicates that the Fed will only cut rates once in 2026 and one more time in 2027.
And on Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. The Dow Jones Industrial's up 276 points. The Nasdaq is off 37. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The winter storm pushing through the region today is forecasted to bring rain to most of Connecticut. North and west of Hartford could see wet snow with some minor accumulation. An inch or two of snow is possible in the higher elevations of Litchfield County. Precipitation was expected by late afternoon and then to end later on tonight. A second person has pleaded guilty to absentee ballot fraud charges pertaining to the last two Democratic mayoral primaries in Bridgeport. Nilsa Heredia will receive a 2-year suspended prison sentence and 2 years of probation under a plea agreement. Prosecutors say 2 Bridgeport voters testified that Heredia had them sign absentee ballot applications and instructed them how to fill them out, then took them away. City Councilman Alfredo Castillo and Democratic Town Committee Vice Chair Wanda Jeter-Pataki are also facing charges related to alleged absentee ballot fraud. Newly elected Bridgeport City Councilor Galen Murray has released a position paper outlining his recommended goals for the next council president. Last week, the city council met and was unable to elect a new president, sparking fierce pushback from council members.
All right, the vote fails. We don't have a council president. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the appointment of the city council standing committees. I don't know what to tell you. You don't want to pick a council president.
The council is set to meet this coming Monday, where one of the three candidates for president is expected to be elected. Murray's position paper outlined potential goals for the new president, including improving transparency, prioritizing economic development, and fostering professionalism in council relations. Murray himself is not one of the declared nominees. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim is making a renewed push to bring a commercial airline to Sikorsky Memorial Airport. There have been many attempts over the years to bring commercial service to the Stratford Airport, as well as efforts to get new ownership of the airport, but ultimately nothing has happened on both fronts. However, News 12 reported that Ganim says there is new support from both the government and the public to bring commercial service to Sikorsky. Senator Richard Blumenthal is accusing immigration agents of detaining U.S. citizens. The senator said Tuesday on MSNBC over 20 citizens shared stories with him of being seized, confined in absolutely shocking conditions, and brutally assaulted.
Americans should have a hard time recognizing our great nation in these shocking, stomach-turning stories of fellow Americans assaulted brutally by agents of the United States government.
He added that some suffered lasting injuries and were kept in unsanitary conditions for 7 days. Blumenthal says masked ICE and CBP agents seizing U.S. citizens isn't the nation we know and cherish, and totalitarian tactics have no place in our democracy. A Westport man will spend over a year behind bars for his part in an international scheme. The U.S. Justice Department announced Tuesday Glenn Ostemel was sentenced to 15 months. Over the course of 8 years, he bribed Brazilian government officials and laundered money to secure business for 2 companies where he worked. Federal prosecutors say he paid over $1 million in bribes to officials at a Brazilian state-owned oil and gas company in exchange for inside information. That information gave his companies a competitive advantage in winning lucrative fuel oil contracts. The State Department of Public Health reports that flu and RSV cases are rising, especially in New York City. Health experts say that's an early warning sign for Connecticut. Everyone over the age of 6 months should be vaccinated to protect themselves and others from serious illness. Vaccinations are especially recommended for those over the age of 60, pregnant women, and people with chronic conditions. And an in-person meeting will be held tonight to discuss the plans for a stretch of I-95 in Stamford. The Department of Transportation is figuring out ways to improve safety and mobility along 95, especially between exits 7 and 9.
No bad ideas in a brainstorm. Everything's on the table. And ultimately, that range of alternatives, the multiple options, the dozens of different scenarios, will ultimately get weeded out and thinned out as the process moves forward.
The DOT also wants to develop concepts to replace the I-95 bridge over Metro-North Railroad and Myrtle Avenue. Tonight's meeting to weigh in on this conversation is from 5 to 8 p.m. at Ferguson Library in Stamford. There will also be a virtual meeting tomorrow to get public feedback from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. on Zoom. The link for the meeting is available at i95stamford.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport, and on the Parkway northbound, congestion delays going through no man's land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south, plenty of company through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound, you're busy in Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming up, a lot more, including open phones at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Well, the Republican contingent in Hartford, the caucus there, has put out a news release saying, hey, we've got to do something here to make it a little more difficult for these alleged, let's stress alleged, sham marriages here. Now, we've been talking about this for about a year and a half. First reports in New Haven, then in Bridgeport. And when that Bridgeport report came out, they were alluding to things going on in Trumbull and Southington. I took a couple of calls off the air from people who told me about some interesting things in Trumbull. And now we have this long and really involved and very well laid out and reported story by Hearst as to apparently what's going on with alleged sham marriages in Southington, many of which result in higher costs for people if this is a way for people to stay in the country who would have otherwise not been here. And Republican State Senate Leader Steve Harding joins us to chat about that. Steve signed off, one of the signatories on the news release today. Steve, good afternoon. Hope you're well. And again, Steve, the merry-go-round just keeps going round and round on this stuff.
Doesn't it? And it's really unfortunate. And you and I have discussed this in the past, Paul. And it just doesn't seem to go away. It seems to, unfortunately, exponentially rise in what we're seeing. We're only hearing more and more from town clerks in different town halls and municipalities throughout the state that is becoming a growing issue. And we have been calling on the majority party Democrats to do something about this. Frankly, this is also on the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General likes to sue President Trump every single day. But when there's problems going on where women are potentially or unfortunately likely being completely taken advantage of and being forced into certain marriages for whatever purpose, the Attorney General's office seemingly has nothing to say about it. No investigation is occurring. And frankly, Paul, I think these are relatively easy investigations that can be concluded here. It's the same exact individuals, from what I'm hearing from town clerks, that are bringing these parties into town halls and having them get married with a town clerk. And the town clerks are seeing these individuals bring in multiple people multiple times a week, multiple times a month. It can't be that difficult to investigate and find out the bad actors here and make them face significant consequences so that they stop doing this and taking advantage of people.
So, Steve, I don't get it. What is the fear from the governor, from the lieutenant governor, from Mr. Tong, the attorney general, from the leaders in the House and the Senate on the Democratic side? Are they afraid that some of these individuals might be found out to be illegals? I don't, Steve, explain this to me. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Paul, there is no logical response to why they are not willing to do anything on this issue. None at all. I do find it odd that some of the individuals that are alleged to be acting in this operation are involved politically or have been government officials in the past, like one individual who was involved in a voting scandal down in Bridgeport. So I don't know if it's unfortunate that it seems to be the same bad actors that we see time and time again involved in bad aspects or fraud in government in some manner. But I don't know if there's an immigration issue there, to your point. I mean, unfortunately, there's no reason as to why any government official, Republican or Democrat, regardless of what underlying issues may be involved, why they shouldn't be stepping up, getting involved, joining us Republicans in the Senate in saying something needs to be done here. People are being taken advantage of. The law is completely being skirted fraudulently. Something needs to be done. And also, not for nothing, Paul, I think part of this, too, is the town clerks want to do something.
Yes.
They see people being taken advantage of, and the laws that are currently written by the Democrats don't really allow them any latitude to stop this.
And if anything, Steve, if you remember the woman who blew the whistle on this in New Haven, the city of New Haven came down on her like a ton of bricks.
Correct.
Because she, somebody who had been there, I guess, for decades and said, hey, there's something wrong. There's something. And who got in trouble? Her. It's mind-numbing.
And I think it's setting a standard by which many municipal employees that are seeing this in the light of day, multiple days a week, multiple times a month at the very least in some circumstances, are probably scared, frankly, to step forward based upon the example that was set by the individual in New Haven who did the right thing, in my opinion, and stepped in and tried to stop this. And so there's obviously a precedent being set by the Democratic Party, not only in our state government, but seemingly in town halls across the state, that there's some dictate that this is not to be stopped, that this should be allowed, no questions are to be asked. And meanwhile, just like a lot of other things, people are taken advantage of, laws are being skirted, and we are worse off by these type of actions than we were if we had other individuals involved doing the right thing.
And Steve, finally, on one other issue before we let you go, I got the release and I'm reading it now. The auditors who do a great job here in Connecticut. We should double or triple the number of auditors here. Again, Steve,
yes.
This time deep, and we're not here to pillory the good, hard people that work for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. But again, more waste, allegedly, of taxpayer money, or shall we say incompetence in logging where it is, into the six-figure area. So, again, that's another thing, Stephen. I know you folks on the GOP side say we need to go deeper into this.
100%. And it seems like every time we see these auditors report, to your point, Paul, time and time again, there have been issues that we spot. In some cases, I believe one of the audits recently on DEEP found that there was assault weapons that DEEP had. They don't even know where they are. So this goes to show you the lack of competence that's involved with many different state agencies, and the lack of want by this governor, frankly, who oversees all these agencies, to do anything to crack down on the fraud and the waste that continues to occur with taxpayer money and taxpayer property. When it comes down to their own money, they care. But when it comes down to taxpayer money, they could care less how it's overseen. They could care less how it's spent, and they can care less if basically money cannot even be found in some circumstance like what we're seeing here.
All right. Steve Harding, State Senate, Republican leader. Steve, thanks, and we'll chat down the road. Thank you, sir.
Paul, always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Steve. Thank you, my friend. All right. Now, I was referencing another new audit came out today of a state agency. What did it find? I'll have those numbers for you coming up straight ahead right here on WICC.
It's time to protect your business with PPC Alarms commercial security systems. PPC Alarms designs and installs customized security systems, including surveillance cameras, motion detectors, fire and water detection systems, license plate recognition cameras, and fleet management systems. PPC's customizable systems provide unmatched protection tailored to your company's needs, ensuring your business is always secure. Protect your business. Go to ppcalarms.com and get a complimentary evaluation.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day. That's cvshealth.com/investor day.
Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound up to an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport, and on the Parkway northbound, congestion delays going through no man's land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south, plenty of company through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound, you're busy in Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Always live, always local, and always with something on his mind. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, and as I just mentioned with Steve Harding, the state Senate Republican leader, there is another new audit out. We'll get to that momentarily. I want to go to the phones, but this is an audit of DEEP, the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And again, this is not to pillory people who work for DEEP, the bear biologists, the forest people, all this other stuff. But again, in just a second, I'll read you exactly what the audit report said. And consider that if this audit is only for one department from X period to X period covering A, B, and C, imagine, like I said, if a newly elected governor in the state, as I would say, okay, kids, issue 1, line 1, section A full top-to-bottom audit of the entire operation of the Connecticut state government. There would be howls of anguish coming from hither and yon. Dave in Branford is with us. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, I think Harding did a really good job. As usual, I want to run over this quick. About a year and a half ago, when Pat Clark entered her little kerfuffle in the city of New Haven, when she had and documented about 90 what she considered suspicious transactions for marriage, and followed proper state procedure and forwarded the information to the State Department of Health, which is where you were supposed to send it, not to the Attorney General. And she lost her job because Elliker said she defied his executive order, which, while it does have the force of law, it's a ridiculous edict. He directed her to ignore the law. To say, well, how is that executive order legal in itself? So she lost her job. She did get a pension. Anyway, at the same time, when this pipeline of green cards is how the New York Post described it, because it was a problem in New York, too. And it was as a result of the Biden, the immigration influx, and those people wanted to stay. And this is how they imagined they could stay more effectively. It also was happening in my town. And what
you told me, and they changed the waiting period, right?
They were coming in those 12-man buses, 4 immigrant couples with a handler. So it was a 9-person pack.
I'm sure they loved each other, too, Dave. I'm sure they loved each other like all get out. It
happened because I was in a Republican town. They tried to fight it. And what they did is they put up big signs in the lobby of the town hall that said marriage fraud is a crime. And it listed the federal penalties. They made you get an appointment to come in and apply for the marriage license. And there also was a delay in mailing out the license. You didn't pick it up on the spot that day. And it kind of severed the link.
What a shock.
Justice of the peace. What a shock, and it worked. Now, here's the update. I have no proof of this. I'm looking at November 14th, front page New Haven Register. My town flipped parties. Democrats run everything now. Front page news, Dems sue, S-U-E, Dems sue town clerk over naming Republican for school board.
Oh, there you go.
What happened is we have a, by charter, minority party requirement to be on the school board. So it is 6-3, Democrat to Republican. But the Democrat that didn't make it actually got more votes than the Republican who got appointed, because the charter required a minimum amount of minority representation. The town clerk had checked with the the Secretary of State for guidance what to do if this happens. She got an email, which still survives. It's gone to court. But what I'm telling you, this is my conspiracy theory. Okay. They're going after the fastidious town clerks who did their job to force them out because they did what is obviously something none of the Democrat Party wants to happen. And my theory is they don't want any of these prosecutions to be successful because they can claim that all of us conspiracy, xenophobic Republicans just don't like immigrants.
Yeah.
And the minute one fraudulent marriage gets overturned in court and we start convicting Jeter Pataki for being a fraudulent justice of the peace, our story starts to have legs. And they don't want to investigate. In other words, if you don't, it's like a little kid. If you don't open your eyes, you don't see the boogeyman. Yeah. And this is the Democrat theory. The minute one of these marriages is shown to be fraudulent, that they paid money or threatened and induced a woman to accept multiple marriages in a week. And I think that it's that simple. And Lamont can go through life with his eyes closed to say, well, there's no evidence that this is happening.
Yeah. And Dave, I do have to run. Thank you, sir. But it's true. Dave, thank you. Yes. And Dave is right, and my friend Steve Harding is right. Where's the Attorney General on this? And here you have a story about a woman getting threatened. Again, you have to read the story. It's a very long, involved story. Good reportage here by hers. You've got women getting threatened. Wait a minute. I thought the Democratic Party was the party of women. Oh, we love women. You do? You love women. William Tong. Matt Ritter, Jason Rojas, Bob Duff, Martin Looney. Well, at least get together with the Republicans and say, okay, we don't agree on a lot, but this sham marriage has to end. Folks are not going to do this. I told you. Because as Dave just said, there will be some revelation here that there are illegals involved here. I don't know if it's the case, but I'm willing to put a few shekels on it, a few piastres. Are you with me, Dr. Wu? No, that's a little. Now you know where the piaster came from. If you know, you know. Yeah. So this. I mean, how many more times are the TV stations, or if Hearst wants it, keep going. Let's get a story out of Trumbull. Again, the Pat Clark in New Haven, and you could look it up. She raised a red flag. She said these marriages, and Justin Elliger and his merry band of lefties came down on her, and she eventually retired. Really? The Constitution stayed my arse. Traffic and weather together right here as we move on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound up to an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport, and on the Parkway northbound, congestion delays going through no man's land in Fairfield. Out of New Haven, 95 south, plenty of company through Long Wharf into West Haven, and on 84 eastbound, you're busy in Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Why is selling your home quickly so important? My friend Jonathan Carbuti with Carbuti & Company Realtors knows why. First and foremost, most buyers search within price range. So if your home is overpriced, the listing may never be seen. That's why hiring the right real estate agent is so important. A competitively priced property receives more views and, quite often, more offers. Buyers don't look at your property in a vacuum. They compare it to similar listings nearby. Visit CarbutiRealEstate.com. No one knows the local market better than the Jonathan Carbuti team.
The holiday season is in full effect at Riverview Bistro, the area's festive destination to gather with family and friends.
Whether you're in the mood for a light bite or a hearty meal, the menu at RVB offers something for everyone, and our chef's seasonal specials are not to be missed.
And this year, by popular demand, Riverview Bistro is offering a special Christmas dinner to go, the perfect accompaniment to your at-home festivities. Visit riverviewstratford.com for more info.
We look forward to celebrating with you.
And wish you a very happy and healthy holiday season.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, coming up, we'll talk about Jewish influence in America and the pillars of American democracy. Also coming up, Dan Hearst, Connecticut Media. And I promise next hour, I'm running a little late here, I will read highlights from this latest state audit of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Bill in Bridgeport winds us up this hour. Bill, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I know somebody who married somebody from another country for money, and she disappeared.
Yeah.
You never saw her again after they got married.
Jeez, that's not good. Never saw her. Just what happened after this?
He saw her that one time, and they got married, and that was it. She's gone.
Well, yeah, I mean, and Bill, thanks. Appreciate the call. Well, that's what, again, and Bill, thank you. That's kind of the summary here. Again, is it possible that people are still together from these marriages that go on at city and town halls? Yes. You know, listen, not everybody wants to get married in a church or a mosque or a synagogue or a temple. They want a civil ceremony. And like I said, I know people who are justices of the peace who don't do the city or town hall thing. They do it at, you know, a country club or at a wedding facility. They just come in, they do the ceremony, and then everybody eats and dances the night away. But yeah, so are some of these marriages that are apparently going on now, they say, in Moss at Southington and Trumbull, could some of them be legitimate? Of course they are. I have no doubt some of them are. But again, you cannot read reports like this in Hearst and wonder why more people in Hartford, more Democrats aren't saying anything about this.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Steel.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has just announced the U.S. has seized an oil tanker amid tensions with the government of Venezuela.
We've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually.
He also told reporters at the White House a short time ago that other things are happening, and he said he would speak more about it later. As expected, the Federal Reserve lowered a key interest rate by 1/4 point today. Fed Chair Jerome Powell signaling rates could remain unchanged in the coming months.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people.
Jeff Gilbert in Detroit on what today's decision means for car buyers.
We've seen car loan rates drop, and this third cut of the year could accelerate that, says Charlie Chesborough, who's chief economist for Cox Automotive. But the long-term outlook is more fuzzy.
We're going to be watching these interest rates over the next year, and the hope is they'll come down even further. But we're going to wait and see what the impact of these tariffs are going to have on the economy and vehicle prices as well.
Any relief is needed as car payments now average over $700 a month. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
Visitors to the U.S. may soon have to provide a lot more personal information, including 5 years of their social media history. Linda Kenyon reports.
The proposal, which is under a 60-day review and comment period, would apply to citizens of 42 countries who presently don't need a visa to travel to the U.S., including the UK, France, Germany, Japan, and South Korea. It follows President Trump's order to screen out people he says may pose a threat to national security. Presently, visitors from countries with visa waivers can stay in the U.S. for up to 90 days for tourism or business. Critics of the change say it will harm tourism, especially ahead of the FIFA World Cup. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The Pacific Northwest has been taking a pounding from storms, dumping heavy rain. Meteorologist Rob Marciano.
Boy, Seattle, you're getting it. Portland, you got it yesterday. This atmospheric river now pointing to the north again. We've got flood watches and warnings. Warnings up for several rivers that are in major flood stage. And we saw some of the impacts of this to residential areas now. And there's going to be several more inches of rainfall coming throughout the day today. So more in the way of major flooding, unfortunately.
At the closing bell, stocks were higher after the Federal Reserve's decision. The Dow up 497 points. The Nasdaq Composite Index was higher by 77, and the S&P up as well. This is CBS News.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online at steelusa.com or in-store.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-44. That's 855-SHARE-44. 855-SHARE-44.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Newly elected Bridgeport City Councilor Galen Murray has released a position paper outlining his recommended goals for the next council president. Last week, the city council met and was unable to elect a new president, sparking fierce pushback from council members.
All right, the vote fails. We don't have a council president. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the appointment of the city council standing committees. I don't know what to tell you. You don't want to pick a council president.
The council is set to meet this coming Monday, where one of the three candidates for president is expected to be elected. Murray's position paper outlined potential goals for the new president, including improving transparency, prioritizing economic development, and fostering professionalism in council relations. Murray himself is not one of the declared nominees. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim is making a renewed push to bring a commercial airline to Sikorsky Memorial Airport. There have been many attempts over the years to bring commercial service to the Stratford Airport, as well as efforts to get new ownership of the airport, but ultimately nothing has happened on both fronts. However, News 12 reported that Ganim says there is new support from both the government and the public to bring commercial service to Sikorsky. And members of the Connecticut Air National Guard are home from deployment. Family members welcomed home the service members Tuesday at Bradley International Airport. Members of the 103rd Airlift Wing had been deployed to East Africa since this past summer to provide logistical support to the Combined Joint Task Force Horn of Africa. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. Slow ride starts in Stamford out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden going down into the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Happy holidays from MJ Thomas Jewelers. Wishing everyone good health and happiness for the new year. MJ Thomas Jewelers bringing Stratford sparkle since 1976. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, coming up in just a bit in the 5 o'clock hour, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media, going to give us all things that he is working on, including the state's finances and a possible shift in endorsements. Shift, I said, not a possible shift in endorsements in the 1st Congressional District. So we'll chat with Dan about that. We are chatting, though, speaking of Hearst, about a story that was posted earlier today. Women telling police in Connecticut they're threatened into sham marriages. And this another continuing round and round about these sham marriages that, according to these stories that we've seen out of New Haven, allegations in Trumbull, we've seen out of Bridgeport, and now we're seeing in a detailed story out of Southington. And there were rumblings about the Trumbull and Southington aspects here. We're seeing some of these marriages are suspect. There are allegedly threats made to women involved here, outlined in this Hearst story. The grooms, quote unquote, I'm using air quotes here, seem to fit a certain background, a certain generalization here. You can read all about that in the stories here. So the notion here is that there's something weird going on. And are these sham marriages again? Are these marriages just done to collect some sort of benefits? Are either one of the people involved here U.S. citizens? Do they have green cards? It's just, listen, this sort of thing, as Bill pointed out to us a little while ago, it's been going on for years. But again, it's the brazenness of this whole thing that has me wondering. So again, our question of the day today, will lawmakers do anything about it or just look the other way? When I say lawmakers, I generally mean the Democratic leaders in Hartford. Are they going to say anything here, or are they afraid to do this because, as usual, the Democratic leadership in Hartford is genuflecting at the altar of illegals? Now, again, I'm not judging anybody's legal status here, but you read the, come on, folks, you're smart out there. You didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday, right? You read this story and you go, yeah. So are lawmakers going to do anything about it? Chris Williams has been looking at the answers to this and other aspects of it. Chris, what do you have for us?
Sue highly doubts it. Glenn said that nothing ever gets done with just flapping of the lips. Vincent said, how will they prove it? Nothing will get done. They flap their arms, stir up trouble, and then walk away. And Bob said, unfortunately, Deep Blue Connecticut will look the other way. The majority of lawmakers want to remain forever blue instead of following justice.
Yeah, where's Attorney General William Tong here? You know, the guy that sues Donald Trump every day. And if he wants to do that, that's fine. Builds his resume for when he runs for Congress or runs for the Senate or runs here and there, hither and yon. But you would think an Attorney General who is a proud purveyor of the party of women. Don't we hear that all the time? Oh, the Democrats. They're the party of women. Okay. Is there not a local chapter of NOW, the National Organization of Women, or whatever, whatever women? I mean, this, folks, this is one of those things, and I'm sorry if you think I'm being partisan, because I am. The silence from one party in the state here is deafening. First it was New Haven, then it was Bridgeport, then the allegations about Trumbull and Southington, and now a very detailed story about what's going on in Southington. And you have city and town clerks who are saying, geez, somebody help us out here. And yet there is silence. Jay is with us. Jay, good afternoon. How are you? What's up?
Well, I'm not expecting anybody to be outraged by it because this is a democratic state. And you think of what went on in England with the Pakistani grooming gangs in the north of England.
The rapists, the rapists. Yeah.
Yeah, they won't they just can't bring themselves.
They're afraid.
Yeah, the Liberal Party in England didn't do anything.
Oh,
no.
they're the worst. They're the absolute the
Yeah,
Labour
they're
Party in
terrible.
England. Oh.
Yeah, the Labour Party, and so it just went on, and it's the same thing. They're just so afraid of offending a person from another country or minority, and so it really behooves everybody, and I think it's wonderful that you brought it up, and it's a topic because exposing it to the light really is the best thing.
Thank you, Jay. I really appreciate that, Jay. Good to hear from you, Jay and Madison. Thank you. Oh, yeah, what she was referring to, you and I don't want to get deeply into this because it just makes my blood boil. Just Google grooming gangs in England. It is, and you have what has happened. Well, we know what's happened in England, but man, the British, what has happened? They have been the once great UK has been neutered.
For those who struggle in Fairfield County, winter is especially hard with the challenge to just keep warm. But you can help. The Voice of Connecticut First County Bank Warmth Drive is happening right now. Donate new or gently worn coats, gloves, hats, and scarves to any First County Bank location now through December 18th. Everything collected goes directly to Bridgeport Rescue Mission. Let's all do our part to help keep our neighbors in Fairfield County warm through the winter.
I started working with K&J Tree Service about a year ago, and I know it can be really expensive to have tree work done at your home, but listen, I've had actually a tree fall across our driveway and keep us stranded in our home for 2 days before. I've had fences break because of trees that have fallen. You want to make sure that your property is protected, and if you are worried about the costs, well, this is the good time to work with K&J Tree Service because they are having unprecedented savings right now with flash sales like 25% off tree pruning, and they also have some really great discounts right now if you were to call them at 203-248-TREE. By the way, they do a free tree risk assessment as well. One of their licensed arborists will come to your home, check things out, and then let you know what their recommendations are, and there's no obligation to do the work with them. Give them a call at 203-248-TREE or go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, and book your appointment. Trust K&J Tree Service to keep your trees and your property safe and stunning, and take advantage of those incredible offers right now with K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
The best lights to see this holiday season are the ones unforgettable experiences ignite in children's faces. So feed some rays or touch a shark. Explore the wonders of the sound and make memories to last a lifetime. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to plan your visit today.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Heller. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Need metal? Metal Supermarket's got metal. Big or small, no minimum order. Cut and ready fast while you wait, or call for delivery. Check out the new store in Bridgeport today at 1085 Connecticut Avenue, where we cut, bend, and shape any size of metal with no minimum order.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. Slow ride starts in Stamford out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden going down into the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Happy holidays from MJ Thomas Jewelers. Wishing everyone good health and happiness for the new year. MJ Thomas Jewelers bringing Stratford sparkle since 1976. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Greater Bridgeport's home for talk and opinion. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, the text machine here, the text messaging service, has been running hot and heavy today. It's the same number, by the way. Just so you know, talk or text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I promised this last hour. I want to get to it because, again, the reason I read these things is because a lot of people don't even realize, and I'm not getting on people's backs for this, but yes, even though there's a, perception that there's nobody that cares about your tax money, there is. And we have state auditors. And there are not a lot of them. There's probably not enough. In fact, I've heard over the years that the auditor's office is underfunded, understaffed, whatever. Okay. But they do their best to take a look at, for example, how certain state agencies, how the state agencies here in Connecticut spend your money. And are they adhering to many of the common things that you and I have to adhere to if we're employed by a company who says, hey, here's a company car, or here's what you have to do to fill out a timesheet, or here's what you have to do to make sure you're using your personal time off, PTO as they call it, sick days, personal days, vacation days, whatever. So the operations of DEEP, you've heard of DEEP, I've talked about it, Lisa has, Melissa has, John and Chris have on the download. It's the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And if you remember, former Governor Dan Malloy contracted the State Energy Department and the State Environmental Department, so it's now DEEP. Okay. So they looked at, I guess, some stuff during the fiscal years of 2023 and 2024. Now, when you hear these things, again, this is not cataclysmic. And DEEP has a lot of employees. I don't know exactly how many people work for it. I should have checked that out for you. But this is just the kind of thing you should hear when it involves your money and my money, our tax money. The findings here. DEEP lacked supporting documentation. That means paper trail. Let me give you some of these, just to let you know what the auditors find, or find, or find or don't find. DEEP lacked supporting documentation for all six employees on paid leave during the audit period. So for the time they were auditing, they don't do the whole year. They pick a period to audit. So this way, if there is funny business going on, you can't say, hey, we can cover this up and that. No. So they pick a period. And apparently there were 6 DEEP employees on paid leave during the auditing period. There was no documentation. In 5 instances, employees remained on leave beyond the 30-day limit of paid leave. these employees received $117,166 in paid administrative leave, of which about $75,900 should not have been allowed because it was over 30 days. So there you go. Thank you. So their first finding was that Deep overpaid some of their employees about $76,000, $75,900. All right. Not cataclysmic, but still, $75,900 is not chump change. They went on to say, we then reviewed the time reporting by 10 conservation officers during 26 pay periods and compared the information to their vehicles that are watched by GPS. We noted, now how about this? Now ask yourselves, would I be able to skate with this at a private company? We noted 33 instances in which the shift start or end times on the computer-aided dispatch log differed by more than a half an hour from the vehicle's start-stop times. We noted 14 instances involving 3 officers in which the vehicle stopped at the officer's home or, ding, 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 a non-work-related location for greater than an hour. We determined this to be the side chick. Oh, no, we're kidding. Stop. It's a joke. That's not in the report. They don't mention Agumad in the report. I'm sorry. Hey, but listen, they said non-work related. I don't know. You know, middle of the day, hey, it's got its advantages. Stop. Come on. Don't laugh. You've done it too. In 13 timesheets submitted by the 6 officers in question, the hours reported were greater than the hours supported through the GPS log. So basically that means, I guess, they said they were working for longer than the GPS said. Oh, they might have been working, all right, yeah. We reviewed 15 instances in which an annual evaluation was required for a managerial employee. Deep did not provide any support for 14 of these evaluations. Yikes. I'll give you one more here. This is a long day, but just it's interesting. And again, you may say, well, these are state agencies. All right, yeah, how about this? Deep lacks a consistent policy to document advanced supervisory approval of overtime or comp time for non-emergency personnel. So you see what they're saying here. Deep doesn't have a consistent policy to document overtime or comp time. What? Now, your job can probably document overtime or comp time if you do that, or you as an employer can do that, but Deep can't. The auditors say we reviewed 25 employees in non-emergency positions and noted 7 instances in which Deep lacked support for the request and 2 instances in which the request was not signed by a supervisor. Don't worry about it. It's just tax money. These instances involved $26,169 in overtime pay. Must be nice. And the accrual of 69 hours of comp time. In addition, we reviewed comp time plans in Core CT for 20 employees and noted that 7 were enrolled in the wrong plan. So there you go. There's like 3 or 4 more a page's worth of stuff here, but I will not bore you, but God bless these auditors, and we can use 1,000 more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. Slow ride starts in Stamford out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden going down into the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Happy holidays from MJ Thomas Jewelers. Wishing everyone good health and happiness for the new year. MJ Thomas Jewelers brings Stratford sparkle since 1976. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
The holidays are a time of traditions, like making your great-grandmother's secret pudding recipe, or watching that favorite movie you've seen 1,000 times. These moments keep us connected to family, to memories, to meaning. They remind us where we come from and what matters most. And for some, it's a good time to create new traditions. Incorporating therapy into your new or existing traditions can help ensure you take time for yourself during what can be a joyful but sometimes hectic or lonely time of year. And by caring for yourself, you can show up more fully in the moments that matter. Maybe you'll find a new hot chocolate recipe to make with the kids, or reserve every Saturday night for you, your book, and some quiet. Close the year with clarity rather than chaos. This December, start a new tradition by taking care of you. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword ABC Radio. That's keyword ABC Radio after calling pound 250.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. As expected, the Federal Reserve has lowered a key interest rate. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell.
In support of our goals, in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 0.25 percentage point.
But looking ahead, things are not so clear.
Available public and private sector data suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed as much since our meeting in October. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated.
Jeff Gilbert has a look at what today's decision means for car buyers.
We've seen car loan rates drop, and this third cut of the year could accelerate that. Any relief is needed as car payments now average over $700 a month.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street, the Dow is now up 581 points. CBS News Special Report, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Another municipality is on the investigation radar after more alleged sham marriages. Southington officials say they have reason to believe that immigration fraud was committed after a, quote, factory line marriage took place. Southington joins New Haven and Bridgeport as communities where potential sham marriages have taken place, with one reported in Trumbull as well. A second person has pleaded guilty to absentee ballot fraud charges pertaining to the last two Democratic mayoral primaries in Bridgeport. Nilsa Heredia will receive a 2-year suspended prison sentence and 2 years of probation under a plea agreement. Prosecutors say 2 Bridgeport voters testified that Heredia had them sign absentee ballot applications and instructed them how to fill them out, then took them away. City Councilman Alfredo Castillo and Democratic Town Committee Vice Chair Wanda Jeter Pataki are also facing charges related to alleged absentee ballot fraud. The winter storm pushing through the region today is forecasted to bring rain to most of Connecticut. North and west of Hartford could see wet snow with some minor accumulation. An inch or two of snow is possible in the higher elevations of Litchfield County. Precipitation is expected to end later on tonight. The State Department of Public Health is reporting that flu and RSV cases are rising, especially in New York City. Health experts say that's an early warning sign for Connecticut. Everyone over the age of 6 months should be vaccinated to protect themselves and others from serious illness. Vaccinations are especially recommended for those over the age of 60, pregnant women, and people with chronic conditions. Senator Richard Blumenthal is accusing immigration agents of detaining U.S. citizens. The senator said Tuesday on MSNBC over 20 citizens shared stories with him of being seized, confined in absolutely shocking conditions, and brutally assaulted.
Americans should have a hard time recognizing our great nation in these shocking, stomach-turning stories of fellow Americans assaulted brutally by agents of the United States government.
He added that some suffered lasting injuries and were kept in unsanitary conditions for 7 days. Blumenthal says masked ICE and CBP agents seizing U.S. citizens isn't the nation we know and cherish, and totalitarian tactics have no place in our democracy. A former Stamford resident is going to prison for mail theft. Kara Blount was sentenced Tuesday to 30 months for bank fraud and mail theft. Blount was arrested last year, and she admitted she forged stolen checks to steal over $150,000. The 35-year-old worked for the post office in Stamford at the time. Blount now lives in North Carolina, and she'll start serving her sentence in April. A Westport man will spend over a year behind bars for his part in an international scheme. The U.S. Justice Department announced Tuesday Glenn Oztemel was sentenced to 15 months. Over the course of 8 years, he bribed Brazilian government officials and laundered money to secure business for 2 companies where he worked. Federal prosecutors say he paid over $1 million in bribes to officials at a Brazilian state-owned oil and gas company in exchange for inside information. That information gave his companies a competitive advantage in winning lucrative fuel oil contracts. Senator Chris Murphy calls the Warner Brothers drama a red alert moment. The senator talked Tuesday about the potential sale of Warner Brothers.
But it's not just Paramount. It's Paramount, the Trump family, and the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar are now trying to buy Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers includes CNN.
Netflix announced last week it has entered into a definitive agreement to acquire Warner Brothers, but Paramount announced this week it's launching a hostile bid to buy the company. Murphy writes on X, neither deal should go through because they're terrible for consumers and democracy. He also says this is a story about corruption and President Trump using government power to screw consumers and gain control of the media. And an in-person meeting will be held tonight to discuss the plans for a stretch of I-95 in Stamford. The Department of Transportation is figuring out ways to improve safety and mobility along 95, specifically between exits 7 and 9.
No bad ideas in a brainstorm. Everything's on the table. And ultimately, that range of alternatives, the multiple options, the dozens of different scenarios, will ultimately get weeded out and thinned out as the process moves forward.
The DOT also wants to develop concepts to replace the I-95 bridge over Metro-North Railroad and Myrtle Avenue. Tonight's meeting to weigh in on this conversation is from 5 to 8 p.m. at Ferguson Library in Stamford. There will also be a virtual meeting tomorrow to get public feedback from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. on Zoom. The link for the meeting is available at i95stamford.com. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a little over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound is a little bit easier. Slow ride starts in Stamford out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden going down into the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Happy holidays from MJ Thomas Jewelers. Wishing everyone good health and happiness for the new year. MJ Thomas Jewelers bringing Stratford sparkle since 1976. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
There's a lot happening around the world. Tell Paul how it impacts you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Once again, you got it, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm just laughing because we had a lot of, shall we say, I think Chris will agree with me. We had a lot of colorful text today. Some of them are so colorful I can't use them on the air, but you people make me laugh. I have a, how should I say this? We have among the folks who call this program, who text it, we have some very perceptive, shall we say, political analysts. Let's put it that way. The people's analysts, as I like to say. Dave and Meriden here at 21 before. Dave, how are you? What's up?
Good, Paul. Hey, I think I have an answer to those unaccounted 1-hour visits that they have. I've been in some clubs and just didn't want people to know where they were.
Kind of interesting, Dave, huh? Unaccounted for 1-hour visits in the middle of the day. What could that be?
Yeah. A couple of quick drinks, a couple of beers, and, a few dollar bills, and you're on the way again.
All right, Dave, thanks. Now, in case you're just joining us, and I don't want to go through it, the state auditors, and we love them, the auditors, I got to say that slowly so I don't slur me words here. They go, and it is their job to audit the operations of state agencies, and they did the Department of Health policy, and now they have one out on DEEP. Now, there are a lot of fine people who work for, the state of Connecticut, and in this time it was the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. It was DEEP. And they looked at various things, timekeeping, overtime keeping, and the state cars. Now the cars, thank you, I think all the state vehicles have global positioning system, or what they call GPS satellite stuff on them. So they put that in years ago, and you see it on cars sometime. My speed is tracked by GPS, or I don't go over, well, whatever. And apparently they found, and again, one thing I don't cast here on the program is aspersions. I stopped casting aspersions years ago. No, and what Dave was referring to, that sometimes the hours worked don't exactly add up perfectly with the hours that were supposed to be worked, and on a timesheet, which may or may not exist, and for a car which may or may not have been operated in the same way. And apparently there are, scenarios where there might be a gap in the middle of the workday. Now, I'm not casting any aspersions, but, middle of the day, you're a little bored, you're working for the state, and say, hey, let's slam a couple of shots and go to, the gentleman's club. I'm kidding. I know state employees would never do that. But again, kudos to the fine auditors of the great state of Connecticut for at least, look, they can't do that much. But again, they found out in this audit you had one scenario where you had, an overpayment of some sort of wages by, $29,000 in one aspect, another $70,000 worth of overtime. And again, they just cherry pick. You know how auditors work. They say, okay, we're going to look at this and this, but they don't tell people because then the people can't, they're going to look at our overtime pay for this month. Let's make sure it's all cleaned up. I mean, that doesn't do anything. So listen, you state employees who may want to recreate in the middle of the day, you may just want to, reset your plans.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day. That's cvshealth.com/investor day.
Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The market got its wish today as the Federal Reserve moved to cut interest rates again, dropping them another quarter point. That's a 3/4 point drop over the last 3 meetings and 1 3/4 points over the last year. So interest rates are moving lower. The Fed citing apparent weakness in the labor market over concerns about inflation for its move to reduce interest rates. As a result, long rates did drop after rising in the last couple of days, and the Dow rallied 497 points to 48,057. The S&P coming within just a couple points of a new all-time closing high, up 46 points to 6886. NASDAQ lagging the rest of the market a little bit, up 77 points to 23,654. 10-year note yields dropped to 4.15%. The dollar weakened across the board. Oil prices as the U.S. seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela, that confirmed by the White House, up 69 cents to 58.94 a barrel as tensions continue to rise between those two countries. Gold and silver up sharply while Bitcoin moved sideways.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day. That's cvshealth.com/investor day.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich to Bridgeport Parkway northbound. Slow ride starts at about Den Road on 95 out of New Haven. You're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur Cross overall a little bit easier, and 84 eastbound jamming through Danbury. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Phones are busy? Text Paul 203-333-9422. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And again, we are confronted with a story that makes you wonder how serious we are about really contending with repeat criminals. And even if somebody up to a certain point has not killed anyone, do we essentially, as I have put on social media, do we lock them in a zoo? Do we consider them an animal with animalistic tendencies? Or maybe do we say to ourselves, we've got to step in here and do something before the inevitable happens? What am I talking about? You probably saw this. It's made the rounds. And this is the kind of story that, above and beyond anything else or everything else, fosters a lot of anger. You know, people say, why are people so angry today? Well, let me give you example one. This is the CBS News version of this story. Did you see this? And the name of the band will ring a bell to those of a certain age. A Grammy-nominated musician. So some musician of some import. It's kind of not easy to get nominated for a Grammy Award, I would think. A Grammy-nominated musician was hit and killed by a driver with over 100 arrests. I'll say that again slowly. A Grammy-nominated musician who apparently was still working and teaching was killed by a driver. That driver had over 100 arrests. 70-year-old Roderick McLeod was a member of the band Roomful of Blues in the 1980s, received a Grammy nomination for his work with them. He was inducted into the Rhode Island Music Hall of Fame back in 2014. McLeod was walking his dogs when he was hit by a car on Saturday. In the Hopkinton PD said the alleged driver was identified as Shannon Godbout, Godbout, 41 years old. After McLeod was struck, he was taken to Rhode Island Hospital where he died from his injuries. Police say McLeod's dog survived the crash and is home. Police did not detail the 100 previous arrests by Godbout, but says 8 were from the Hopkinton PD. 82 court warrants have been issued for her, police said. She has received 40 traffic citations. She may face more charges as the investigation into the crash continues, and apparently, allegedly, she has problems with drugs. Now, I'm not an expert in criminology. I'm not a criminologist. I'm not a person who has spent 1/10 of 1 second in the criminal justice system. But, and again, I know it is virtually impossible to keep someone from driving if you don't want them to drive. Yeah, you could disable their car, you can put a breathalyzer on it, you could have them wear an ankle monitor, whatever. But here's a question I have. And apparently this woman, 41 years old, over 100 previous arrests. 100 arrests. And I have to wonder, did it occur to anyone? A serious question here. Did it occur to anyone when she was arrested the 30th time? Or the 40th, or geez, I don't know, for freak's sake, the 60th or 70th time? Did it occur to anybody that she might kill someone? And is there a mode of punishment? And I'm asking this seriously because I don't know, maybe if you're an attorney out there, if you're a defense attorney, if you're a prosecutor, if you're a judge, active or retired, what power does society have to look at someone and say, this person, now they haven't, now previously, if they didn't kill someone or if they didn't commit a capital offense. But, you sit back here and you wonder, and I'm sure how many people now are sitting there saying, well, we knew it. Like, we kind of knew this would happen here. You see what I'm saying? Over 100 arrests. So at what point in her, I don't know, in her legal odyssey, did anybody say she can't be out there? 100 arrests. Police say Godbout had a documented history of more than 100 arrests, including numerous traffic violations, at least 82 out. She had 82 outstanding warrants. And nobody went to scoop her up? 82 outstanding warrants at the time of the incident. Officers at the scene reported finding illegal narcotics along with packaging materials consistent with drug distribution. She's been charged with driving to endanger, resulting in death, as well as narcotics, possession of narcotics with intent to distribute, The extent of her criminal record has fueled renewed scrutiny of offender monitoring systems. Never mind monitor her. Maybe when she got to the 70th or 80th arrest, you lock her up. Where are we going to lock her, Paul? I don't know. Somewhere where she wouldn't kill someone. How did that work out? There's also outrage, many people say, as to how someone with this history was still legally able to operate a vehicle. Local officials said the investigation would examine the events leading up to the crash, including whether impairment, speed, or other contributing factors were involved. Now, again, why was she able to operate a vehicle? Because no judge or no prosecutor had the balls to say you're going to jail for a few years, or at least get her off the road. So again, this is one of these stories, right? And I understand this may be an outlier, but this is why people get angry. This guy's out, a Grammy nominated bass player, out walking his dogs. His career included collaborations with numerous musicians across the blues, swing, and roots genres, making him a familiar figure on both the local and regional music stages. In later years, McLeod and his wife, musician and educator Sandal Astrowski, taught at Brown University. The pair led the Old Time String Band program, mentoring young performers, helping preserve traditional American music. But again, sadly, he's dead because somebody with because some prosecutor, some judge, some DA didn't see fit to say, you know what? You're going inside. And you're going to, oh, but Your Honor, no, you're going inside, and it's going to be for years. And now this guy is dead. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts at about Den Road. On 95 out of New Haven, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Wilbur crossover a little bit easier. And 84 eastbound, jamming through Danbury. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Hello, Fairfield County. You're invited to enjoy the R.D. Cinto Free Community Shakespeare event series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of The Winter's Tale with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday at 6:30, now through December 16th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more info.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, coming up, our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar. You know him, senior columnist and editor. Once a week, middle of the week, we balance it out with Dan, Hearst, Connecticut Media. He's got some numbers here. Dan's very good at looking at the intersection of politics and business and state tax revenues and how the state's doing, rainy day fund and all that. So he will talk about that. And there's some news regarding actually the only interesting House race in Connecticut coming up in 2026 is that first district race, which is basically Metro Hartford. And a lot of people telling, you know, John Larson, who's in his upper 70s, hey, John, love you, but maybe somebody a little bit younger. But he's not budging, and now there's been a shift in that race that could shake things up. Got a multiple-person primary coming up, so we'll talk with Dan about that and more. Same number, talk or text, 203-333-9422.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The tensions between the U.S. and Venezuela may have ratcheted up considerably, as Linda Kenyon reports.
The president made a very brief statement at the top of a roundtable discussion with business leaders.
We've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela.
But when pressed for details,
you'll be talking about that later with some other people.
As for what happens with the oil and where the tanker is going,
well, you have to follow the tanker. You know, you're a good newsman, just follow the tanker.
Adding, quote, I assume we're going to keep the oil. It's not clear who owns the tanker, but the seizure comes amid U.S. military strikes against alleged drug smuggling boats in the region. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
President Trump spoke to the leaders of France, the U.K., and Germany today about Ukraine and indicated his frustration.
Well, I think we had some little disputes about people, and we're going to see how it turns out. And we said before we go to a meeting, we want to know some things. You know, they would like us to go to a meeting over the weekend in Europe, and we'll make a determination depending on what they come back with.
He said he didn't want to risk wasting time. The Federal Reserve lowered a key interest rate today, sending stocks to near all-time highs. Jill Schlesinger on what little relief it may provide for consumers.
The rate cut means that borrowers will get a little bit more relief on the interest rates they pay on everything from a credit card to an auto loan to a personal loan. But these levels do still remain high. Interest on credit card balances is now over 21%, and loans for new and used cars over 7.5%.
National transportation safety officials are opposed to a section of the Defense Authorization Act, which is being voted on today. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy saying it ignores lessons learned from the Washington crash in January between a passenger plane and a military helicopter. She says it would allow a secretary of any military department to conduct training missions around national airports' airspace.
It is shameful. We should be working together in partnership to prevent the next accident, not inviting history to repeat itself by recreating the same conditions.
The crash killed 67 people. On Wall Street, stocks finished higher after the Fed's decision today. The Dow Jones Industrials up 497 points. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair? What do you mean? Does it not look good? It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret. No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic. Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous. I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going? I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com, Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A second person has pleaded guilty to absentee ballot fraud charges pertaining to the last two Democratic mayoral primaries in Bridgeport. Nilsa Heredia will receive a 2-year suspended prison sentence and 2 years of probation under a plea agreement. Prosecutors say 2 Bridgeport voters testified that Heredia had them sign absentee ballot applications and instructed them how to fill them out, then took them away. City Councilman Alfredo Castillo and Democratic Town Committee Vice Chair Wanda Jeter-Pataki are also facing charges related to alleged absentee ballot fraud. A Westport man will spend over a year behind bars for his part in an international scheme. The U.S. Justice Department announced Tuesday Glenn Oztamel was sentenced to 15 months. Over the course of 8 years, he bribed Brazilian government officials and laundered money to secure business for 2 companies where he worked. Federal prosecutors say he paid over $1 million in bribes to officials at a Brazilian state-owned oil and gas company in exchange for inside information. That information gave his companies a competitive advantage in winning lucrative fuel oil contracts. A former Stamford resident is going to prison for mail theft. Kiara Blount was sentenced Tuesday to 30 months for bank fraud and mail theft. Blount was arrested last year, and she admitted she forged stolen checks to steal over $150,000. The 35-year-old worked for the post office in Stamford at the time. Blount now lives in North Carolina, and she'll start serving her sentence in April. And the winter storm pushing through the region today is forecasted to bring rain to most of Connecticut. North and west of Hartford could see wet snow with some minor accumulation. An inch or 2 of snow is possible in the higher elevations of Litchfield County. Precipitation is expected to end later tonight. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich through Fairfield. Maybe a few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound is marginally better. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf over across southbound. Plenty of company through Hamden down to the tunnel. Same on 84 eastbound through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, 3 hours down, 1 to go. If it's just past 5 and you're just joining us, hey, how are you? Hope your day was good. Open phones a little bit later on. Open text messages too. Same number, talk or text, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. In case you're wondering what's the big story today, you know what the story is today? Silence. Silence from the majority Democrats in Hartford, in the state Senate, and in the state House. They don't like to talk about two of the things they don't like to talk about. We're talking about today, number one, very good piece of journalism by the Hearst, Connecticut media folks. We've been referencing this story all day by Joshua Eaton and Brianna Garciulo. I hope I'm saying her name right. Women told police they were threatened into sham marriages as Southington flagged factory line unions. Better be careful in Southington. You people in Southington that are flagging these unions, William Tong may come after you. So here's one issue that the majority Democrats in Hartford, well, you're being partisan, Paul. Yes, I am, for a reason. Because this is now, along with allegations in New Haven, in Bridgeport, and in Trumbull, we now have the fourth allegation here of sham marriages. Now, we all know that these justice of the peace marriages at city or town halls, not all of them are shams. Okay, there are people that genuinely care about each other, who want to become man and wife in a civil ceremony. I know people who are JPs. I get it. I understand it. But why is the majority party in Hartford so quiet about this? That's half serious and half rhetorical. Why is that? Do they want to stay away from this? Because apparently in many of these situations, state and federal officials are being notified by people in the city and town clerk's office, vital statistics, state health department. What are they so afraid of? Ask yourselves this when you decide whether or not you're going to reelect or vote for a new person next year, if you're a state Senate member or if your state House member is a Democrat. If you meet them up and they start, well, you know, Ryan Fazio, Trump, Trump, Trump. Aaron Stewart, Trump, Trump, Trump. You know, you have to say, well, that's great. Why didn't you say, why did it take you so long? Assuming they're going to say something, which they probably won't. Why, Senator or Representative, are you so, why did you say literally nothing on this sham marriage story? Isn't your party, the Democratic Party, the party of women? Oh, we care about women so much more than the Republicans do. You do? Really? And again, the other silence today from Senate and House Democrats, somebody else sentenced to basically a slap on the wrist. Bridgeport absentee ballot situation. Nielsen Heredia. No jail time, and I'm not for throwing people in jail. But again, She pleaded guilty. I guess the plea deal is going to be made official February 11th. 2 years suspended prison sentence and 2 years of probation. So slap on the wrist. So the next time you see your Democratic State House or State Senate member, ask them, say, hey, nice to see you. Yeah, why won't your party do anything about the absentee ballot stuff? Is it because the Bridgeport delegation likes the way things are? Oh, my God. We wouldn't want to change that now, would we?
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
Looking for Continental winter tires? Then head to Town Fair Tire, New England's largest volume discount tire dealer. We've got Continental tires in every size for every vehicle, in stock with more arriving daily, all at the guaranteed lowest price. And when you add the most free services for life, it's easy to see how nobody beats Town Fair Tire for your new Continental winter tires. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
We're taking Powerball and doubling the fun. The new Double Play feature has arrived, bringing you double the opportunities to win millions. Just add Double Play for an additional drawing and chance to win up to $10 million. One ticket, 2 chances to win. Add Double Play to your Connecticut Powerball ticket today. Overall odds of Powerball and Double Play 1 in 24.9. Jackpot odds 1 in approximately 293 million. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich through Fairfield. Maybe a few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound is marginally better. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf over across southbound. Plenty of company through Hampton down to the tunnel. Same on 84 eastbound through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Send a text to someone who will actually read them. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, good to have you with us. Back to open phones later on. I got a couple of things I want to finish up with. All you Italian food lovers, wait till you hear what I have for you. Yes. I'll read you the story and you'll go, yep, told you so. All right, before then, more open phones, and Dan Haar joins us, Hearst, Connecticut Media, with a cornucopia of stuff to talk about this week. Mr. Haar, good afternoon. How are you?
Cornucopia.
You like
Great.
that?
I'm driving to our holiday party in the cold rain. Oh, luckily, I'm in a car and not on a bicycle.
Okay. Now, number one, behave yourself at the party. I mean, I have no doubt that you will, but I'm just putting that out there for you. Okay? Will you promise me?
I'll do my best.
All right,
I'll
excellent.
do my best.
Excellent. Got some new numbers, Dan, as far as the state finances are going. How are we doing?
62%.
Okay,
That's good, huh?
And that means what?
60. That means that the combined blended teachers and state employees pension funds are funded at 62% of where they have to be. We're going to catch up by 2046. Now, that doesn't sound great if you're listening to 62%. Like a 62 on a test is not too good.
Yeah.
But it's up from mid-30s.
Wow.
So remember, at the low point, in the depths of the recession, we were in the mid-30s, and we were down there with Illinois and New Jersey. So things could be a lot worse, and they have gotten better. We're working our way up toward the middle of the pack among states, and the returns for the pensions, the returns were for the fiscal year were 10.14%. So things are looking up as far as the balance sheet is concerned. Of course, a lot of the Republicans are saying that we should have taken that money and given it back to the taxpayers because we're taxing too much, and we're paying down the pensions, but we're not. We're taxing more than we need, and that's the debate.
All right, and still 62%, not too bad from 30%. I think most people can understand that. This interesting first congressional district race, that's your district where you live, Dan. John Larson, senior. No, I guess Rosa's been there longer. But John Larson, one of the senior members of our congressional delegation, some people are telling him maybe it's time to step aside. He doesn't want to. What's the latest with that race?
The latest is that we've all been reporting about actually, we haven't necessarily been reporting, but we've all been tracking the endorsements that John Larson is rolling out and the smaller number of endorsements that Luke Bronin has been trotting out, and the even smaller number of endorsements that Jillian Gilchrist has been trotting out. And yesterday, on her website, Jillian posted the endorsement of some 18 state House and Senate women. And what's notable is not that 18 women in the state House and Senate endorsed Jillian Gilchrist, the far behind in fundraising liberal candidate from West Hartford. But the way they phrased, and I can't read it right now, but the way they phrased it was, it's high time women got attention. And this strikes me as being a return to identity politics, which I personally do not think is healthy. I rarely issue as strong an opinion about something as this. And I think this is, if the liberals are going to give anything back in the Trump era, it has to be identity politics. We have to agree that Trump may be right about nothing, except identity politics went too far.
And I find that a little odd, Dan, because has she seen Rosa DeLauro? Has she seen Johanna Hayes? I mean, it's not like we have an all-male delegation.
Don't forget Barbara Kennelly, who's still very much alive and well at age 89, held that seat for 22 years.
Wow.
So that very seat.
Let's talk about another member of Congress. Dan Haar, the guest, is midweek check-in with us, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, Jim Himes from down here, 4th District Congressional Democrat. And because of his position, I tell people, as the ranking member on the House Intelligence Committee, he got to see this video now that suddenly Mr. Trump and Mr. Hegseth may be pulling punches on and not releasing related to this boat strike, and he is forcefully trying to get this thing released.
That's right. He's one of about 8 people who saw it in Congress. Is that the Gang of 8? I always forget. I think that's what they call the Gang of 8. The Defense and Intelligence ranking members and chairs. I believe go by the Gang of 8. Don't hold, I'm not an insider down there.
Okay.
But he has, give credit to Congressman Himes. He was making noise about this not long after, not long, a few weeks after it happened. And I know that everybody's piling on right now, and rightly piling on. And the latest news now is that Trump is saying that they took over a tanker.
Yeah.
So, these are acts of war without a declared war. As Congressman Himes says, there was evidence enough to kill them, but apparently not evidence enough to bring them to the U.S. on trial. And that's an awfully untenable place to be when it comes to declarations of war.
Finally, Dan, just one thing on that. Look, you've been covering this stuff a long time. You and I have been reading this stuff a long time. In looking at this boat strike thing, do you think, and I know we can get into the minutia of this, and guys like you and I can go round and round about this, do you think the Democrats may be, and I suggested this, are they in danger because these are now pretty much people know, okay, they're not fishermen, they're supposed drug runners. You think the Dems may be in danger of overplaying their hand on this or not?
Well, superficially, yes. Right? In the popular imagination, yes. But I have friends who have lost children to fentanyl overdoses. Cocaine is a different drug, right? Cocaine is not, this is what's in that boat is cocaine.
Yeah.
Right? So, and A, and B, when you learn the simple fact that it is unlikely that boat was actually headed to the United States, at least directly.
Yeah.
And the other thing is the United States Navy can pick up the boat, destroy the cocaine, pick up the 11 people on the boat, and bring them for justice with about the same difficulty as killing all 11 and sinking the boat.
All right, we'll see how that shakes out. Hey, Dan, finally, kudos to your reporters there at Hearst. I did about my first 90 minutes today on the Southington, the alleged sham marriage story in Southington, Dan. So kudos to them. Great reporting by you people. And now, Dan, we have this in Southington, previous stories in New Haven and Bridgeport, and I've taken calls off the air on stuff going on like this allegedly in Trumbull. Where do you think this goes?
Well, unfortunately, it does. There have always been sham marriages. I don't know. The story doesn't say, and I don't know whether they've increased in the period when obviously it's harder to get here any other way if you're an immigrant. But I just hope that this doesn't further the unfortunate rhetoric of hatred against immigrants that we're seeing from the administration. Yes, it's a crime. Yes, we want to see it stopped. No, it's not okay. But it's something that's been going on for some time.
Yeah.
And I mean, we can say there are sham marriages. We don't have to even say alleged.
Sure.
For any given case, they're alleged. But my take on this is, really, with all the stuff going on in the world, the number of sham marriages is a problem. It is a crime. But that's not why we have the big problems that this country has, right? Those few hundred or few thousand people cheating the system by using marriages that are for immigration only are not the reason that we have X, Y, and Z social ill in this country.
All right, Dan. And finally, as you go off to your company party, behave. Dan, you've made it on this program. Somebody has a question for you. Would you like to field a question, Dan, before we say goodbye?
Sure. I'll go with yes.
Okay. John in Norwalk has a question for Dan Haar. So if we could punch up John here. John, what might be your question for Dan Haar? Go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, thank you. My question is just about the state pensions. And, it's interesting. People will say that, it's 62% funded now. But that all has to do with a lot of assumptions, whether it's the actuarial discount rate, it's the asset mix that they have. And, of course, I guess the open question is how much of that hole was plugged with government COVID-related relief funds?
All right.
Those are my questions, and I don't know the answers to them. I'm just interested because you never get into that level. Not you, but generally speaking, they never get into that level of minutia, which is, pretty darn important to really assess what the liabilities are on the balance sheet.
All right, Dan, what do you got?
The COVID funds were indirect. The state got $2.6 billion in COVID money. It was able to use that money to shore up the budget during those 2 or 3 years, 2 years. And so that helped the budget. But most important, the COVID money jump-started the economy, especially for the rich, which led to the huge capital gains, which led to the so-called waterfall, which led to the $10 billion. And so you're right indirectly, I would say, but why not take it? You can't give that money back. The question is whether the best use of it is that.
Yeah, no argument here. I guess my point is, what is the sustainability of that? I mean, you have a stock market that's been roaring. Obviously, that's helped returns to obviously make the balance sheet stronger and all the the related items. But I guess when I think about the discount rate of those that actuarial assumption is a huge thing to figure out what that liability is, and additionally, what the anticipated returns are going to be forward, because it's been a very conducive environment up to this point. I guess my question is it really feasible to close that gap even more than what's already been done? That's my question.
John, thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Dan. Finish up on that. Yeah.
I think the answer is if we see more years of 10% returns, you will recall, John, that we lowered the actuarial assumption from 8% to 6.9% in, I think, 2017, which was a big deal. The 8% was a little funny business. And so that further hurt the situation, apparently, but we're beating that number. So the answer is we cannot assume that we're going to have years where we lower the liability level like we have, but let's enjoy it while we have it and hope it stays.
All right, Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Dan, thank you. Have a nice time tonight. Behave, and we'll talk next week, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Dan Haar there. And John, thank you for the call. Yeah, good point there. Are these numbers at all, in any way, shape, or form, sustainable?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich through Fairfield. Maybe a few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound is marginally better. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through the Long Wharf over across southbound. Plenty of company through Hampton down to the tunnel. Same on 84 eastbound through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Having an office holiday party or family gathering? Make your event special with catering from AB's Falafel. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the finest and most flavorful falafel, kebabs, salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to absfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200, cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. absfalafel.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brux Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brux Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brux Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to BruxNightGuard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brux Night Guard.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says the U.S. has seized a tanker amid the tensions with Venezuela.
We've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, a large tanker, very large.
He said more details would be coming. As expected, the Fed lowered its key interest rate today. CBS's Jill Schlesinger on the impact.
What's good news for borrowers is not so good for savers. They're going to continue seeing their interest rates credited for their high-yield savings accounts to their money market accounts and CDs. Those rates will continue to edge lower.
Camilo Montoya Galvez reports the Trump administration is proposing asking visitors from many countries to submit more personal information.
Their social media history for the past 5 years, also emails that they have used for the past 10 years.
It would apply to visitors from 42 countries, including Britain, France, and Germany. Stocks finished higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Another municipality is on the investigation radar after more alleged sham marriages. Southington officials say they have reason to believe that immigration fraud was committed after a, quote, factory line marriage took place. Southington joins New Haven and Bridgeport as communities where potential sham marriages have taken place, with one reported in Trumbull as well. Newly elected Bridgeport City Councilor Galen Murray has released a position paper outlining his recommended goals for the next council president. Last week, the city council met and was unable to elect a new president, sparking fierce pushback from council members.
All right, the vote fails. We don't have a council president. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the appointment of the city council standing committees. I don't know what to tell you. You don't want to pick a council president.
The council is set to meet this coming Monday, where one of the three candidates for president is expected to be elected. Murray's position paper outlined potential goals for the new president, including improving transparency, prioritizing economic development, and fostering professionalism in council relations. Murray himself is not one of the declared nominees. Bridgeport Mayor Joe Ganim is making a renewed push to bring a commercial airline to Sikorsky Memorial Airport. There have been many attempts over the years to bring commercial service to the Stratford Airport, as well as efforts to get new ownership of the airport, but ultimately nothing has happened on both fronts. However, News 12 reported that Ganim says there is new support from both the government and the public to bring commercial service to Sikorsky. An in-person meeting will be held tonight to discuss the plans for a stretch of I-95 in Stamford. The Department of Transportation is figuring out ways to improve safety and mobility along 95, specifically between exits 7 and 9.
No bad ideas in a brainstorm. Everything's on the table. And ultimately, that range of alternatives, the multiple options, the dozens of different scenarios, will ultimately get weeded out and thinned out as the process moves forward.
The DOT also wants to develop concepts to replace the I-95 bridge over Metro North Railroad and Myrtle Avenue. Tonight's meeting to weigh in on this conversation is from 5 to 8 p.m. at Ferguson Library in Stamford. There will be also a virtual meeting tomorrow to get public feedback from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. on Zoom. The link for the meeting is available at i95stamford.com. The State Department of Public Health reports that flu and RSV cases are rising, especially in New York City. Health experts say that's an early warning sign for Connecticut. Everyone over the age of 6 months should be vaccinated to protect themselves and others from serious illness. Vaccinations are especially recommended for those over the age of 60, pregnant women, and people with chronic conditions. Senator Richard Blumenthal is accusing immigration agents of detaining U.S. citizens. The senator said Tuesday on MSNBC over 20 citizens shared stories with him of being seized, confined in absolutely shocking conditions, and brutally assaulted.
Americans should have a hard time recognizing our great nation in these shocking, stomach-turning stories of fellow Americans assaulted brutally by agents of the United States government.
He added that some suffered lasting injuries and were kept in unsanitary conditions for 7 days. Blumenthal says masked ICE and CBP agents seizing U.S. citizens isn't the nation we know and cherish, and totalitarian tactics have no place in our democracy. Senator Chris Murphy calls the Warner Brothers drama a red alert moment.
But it's not just Paramount. It's Paramount, the Trump family, and the governments of Saudi Arabia and Qatar are now trying to buy Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers includes CNN.
The senator talked Tuesday about the potential sale of Warner Brothers. Netflix announced last week it has entered into a definitive agreement to acquire Warner Brothers, but Paramount announced this week it's launching a hostile bid to buy the company. Murphy writes on X, neither deal should go through because they're terrible for consumers and democracy. He also says this is a story about corruption and President Trump using government power to screw consumers and gain control of the media. The winter storm pushing through the region today is forecasted to bring rain to most of Connecticut. North and west of Hartford could see wet snow with some minor accumulation. An inch or two of snow is possible in the higher elevations of Litchfield County. Precipitation was expected to end late tonight. And members of the Connecticut Air National Guard are home from deployment. Family members welcomed home the service members Tuesday at Bradley International Airport. Members of the 103rd Airlift Wing had been deployed to East Africa since this past summer to provide logistical support to the Combined Joint Task Force Horn of Africa. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, hour and 20. Greenwich through Fairfield. Maybe a few breaks along the way through. The Parkway northbound is marginally better. On 95 out of New Haven, you're jamming through Long Wharf over across southbound. Plenty of company through Hampton down to the tunnel. Same on 84 eastbound through Danbury. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And let us go right to the phones because Ernest in Norwalk has been holding on for a while. Ernest, how are you, sir?
I am doing fine. I have a question concerning, I don't know if you people are trying to dodge certain things that I've asked questions for, but I've been wanting to find out what did Charlie Kirk do that Donald Trump would put I am a veteran myself, that he would put the American flag at half-mast.
Well, he decided to do that because Charlie Kirk was killed the way he was, and he was a major voice in the conservative movement. Now, would I have dropped the American flags to half-staff or half-mast? No, I probably wouldn't have, because Charlie Kirk was a private citizen, but he chose to do it. All right.
Okay, and so the next thing is that he's following Charlie Kirk in the movement that Charlie Kirk. And why was so many people, Charlie Kirk was really a racist.
Well, what's your and I've heard people say that, And then I've heard people defend him. What is the evidence that he was a racist? Because I think we throw that word sometime, Ernest, around a little haphazardly. Did he say specific things that you think made him a racist?
Yes. Okay. Let me go back for a second here.
Sure.
We African Americans are the only people in America without a history.
Okay.
We have no culture. The only culture that we have is taking on somebody else's identity. Our identity, we are lost people walking around in the United States, lost, bumping on the walls, because we have nothing to connect to. The only thing we have to connect to is slavery and what we have gotten in. That's our history. We are the only people in this country. Every disease, every high blood pressure, cancer, we are number one because of our diet. The diet that we had for a long time that we call soul food was chitlins, which is pig intestine guts.
I know my father's store. We used to sell chitlins. I know that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so everything that we are connected to was connected to that. So we are the only ones who are in this country who has had that. Okay, so when Charlie Kirk, when you get a man like Martin Luther King, says that Martin Luther King is a bad man, for what and all this man did, he gave his life for trying to try to help us find an identity from what America could not pay back the African American man for what he has lost. When you don't have an identity, you are lost. Okay?
Yeah.
So when Martin Luther King tried to find an identity and was killed for that, and Charlie Kirk called him a bad man, that's racism when a black man is doing that.
No, and let me say this, Ernest. I was honestly, I was like, I even had an opportunity to have Charlie Kirk on this show, and I kind of put it off to the side. I was not a big Charlie Kirk person. I'm not demeaning him in any way, but I think in a way, the point you bring up is interesting, Ernest, because I think, and it was as what happened with Martin Luther King, the mode of Charlie Kirk's death just punched a lot of people between the eyes, and this is the way that the president and a lot of the country chose to remember him. Now, again, the people in politics, whether it's people like Dr. King or Charlie Kirk, sometimes they say stuff, Ernest, that a lot of people go, "Are you kidding me?" Like, but I guess it comes with the territory, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it has to be. You just can't let that go.
Oh, I get it.
Especially where African Americans has come from and where we are now.
Oh, I get it. And I'm a little short on time here, Ernest. I will say one thing though. I do want, and listen, slavery was horrible, and I get that, and I still read articles about the King assassination. But I do think, and maybe you just didn't mention this because of time, but I do think that African Americans have had a proud list of accomplishments in this country, whether it's in science or whether it's in the arts or whether it's in business. But again, I understand what you're saying. That in no way, shape, or form in any way apologizes for slavery.
Well, it just, and the effect that it still has on us now today. Like I said, we still don't have an identity. We have your identity. We have the European identity. We are black on the outside, but everything that we have identified with is European. So everything that you see come from me is from a European perspective. It's not from an African American perspective because we never knew that. We don't know that. Just like an Italian have their perspective, the Hispanic have their perspective, the Jew, everybody has that. We don't have that. And that goes back from being disconnected from where we come from.
So let me ask you. Let me ask you one quick thing, Ernest. Just a few seconds left. How does is that beyond a point now in your mind where that could be rectified or not?
It cannot be rectified because how can you? What? Let me ask you. What is the identity of African Americans that? If I were to ask you the identity of an Hispanic person, if I said, I know a guy by the name of Jose.
Yeah.
But immediately when I say Jose, you would probably come up, that's an Hispanic guy.
I see what you mean.
If I say,
all right.
If I say, what is the name of a guy named
Joe?
Chung Lee.
Yeah.
Chung Lee.
Okay.
What would you think of?
Chinese.
You would think, okay.
Yeah.
But me, when you say Ernest, that's I'm European. I don't have nothing to connect to. African American, and that's why we are walking around here clueless of who we are because we have a European identity. We don't have an African American identity because we don't know it. All that's been taken away from us.
Interesting.
We're walking around here lost.
Yeah, Ernest.
So that can never be rectified.
Listen, give me a call back when you can. Love talking to you. I do have to go, my friend, but that's interesting. Ernest, thanks. I get what you're saying. Like, you say Ernest. Ernest was obviously African-American there. I know Italian Ernests, Irish Ernests. Interesting thought. Ernest, thanks. Let's do this. We'll come back with, he mentioned Italians. I've got a little story about my tribe coming up right here on WICC.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt, love, support, hope. Choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
The cold weather is here, and so is the flavor you've been waiting for. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan's Patata Rustica Pizza is back. Baked on their legendary coal-fired crust, topped with mozzarella, seasoned potatoes, bacon, their 3-cheese blend, and a touch of pecorino romano, finished with olive oil. It's comfort by the slice. Cozy up to the chilly weather today at any Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan location. Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of a beats. FrankPepePizzeria.com.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day. That's cvshealth.com/investor day.
Too much on your list this season? Get 50% off your first 6 months of payroll at gusto.com/radio. Gusto saves you 2 days every month on payroll, taxes, and compliance. So you can go from making payroll to making gingerbread houses, checking your books to decking the halls, spreadsheets to snow angels. Switch before the end of the year and there's no need to transfer payroll history. Now that's a reason to be merry. Choose a future with Gusto and get more time for what matters. For a limited time, get 50% off your first 6 months at gusto.com/radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 North Parkway northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport, New Haven. 91 southbound, 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier. And on 84 eastbound, we have an accident reported near exit 4. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers ending by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
No, Chris, I wouldn't. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. God. All right, I got a couple of interesting. We're going to step away from the politics here. I got a couple of really interesting stories. I'm serious about this. I got a couple of stories coming up to end up the show. Bob and Trumbull's here. Bob, what's up?
Reverend. Geez, Pete, Sir Chris had a thing on having vaccinations. Is there a vaccination for ignorance for all these people?
Yeah.
And you brought up Dr. King.
Yeah.
And he was killed by a Klan member.
James Earl Ray, yes, if I remember correctly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who supports the Klan?
Well,
the Democrat Party. That's who started it.
Well, yeah, that was Bob. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Well, yeah, that was back in the Deep South, when, yes, at one time the South was dominated by the Democratic Party, and it was actually the Republicans who were pushing anti-slavery, and then the Dems, of course, got upset. People, a lot of people don't understand, and you should read about this, as to the incredible political flip that happened in the late 50s, right up to and through the time of many civil rights legislation that was passed in this country. But yes, Bob is correct. The South, which is now considered the seat of the Republican Party, was at one time the East Coast, to a large extent, was flipped, where now you have the Northeast largely blue and the South largely red, and it was the polar opposite years ago. Bob, thank you. Two things here, two interesting stories I'll leave you with, because we've done the politics and everything and the finger pointing and all this. Humans, this is according to the Associated Press, humans, that means people like you and me, were making fire 350,000 years earlier than previously thought. That's according to a new study. Scientists in Britain say scientists, can you tell it's the 5 o'clock hour? Scientists in Britain say ancient humans may have learned to make fire far earlier than previously believed. This, why? After uncovering evidence that deliberate fire setting took place in what is now eastern England some 400,000 years ago. Now, they thought that man only developed fire 50,000 years ago. But now they're saying, hey, tack on another 350,000 here. The discovery was made in Barnum, a Paleolithic site in Suffolk that's been excavated for decades. A team led by the British Museum, get this now, identified a patch of baked clay, flint hand axes, fractured by intense heat, and 2 fragments of iron pyrite. You've heard of pyrite. That's a mineral that produces sparks when struck against a flint. I guess matches still have pyrite in them? Wow. Interesting how they would. So they're saying that the combination of those 3 things found, where they found them, and the estimated age, so we go from 50,000 to 350,000. How about that? And I'll leave you with this. The best news of the day. Italian cuisine becomes the world's first to be awarded UNESCO status. Italy, Italy has a very tasty reason to celebrate its national cuisine. Italian food, Uffa, has become the first entire gastronomic style to be recognized by the UN's cultural body, UNESCO. The decision, now get this, to designate Italian food as a intangible cultural heritage was confirmed today, Wednesday, by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni ahead of the announcement expected from UNESCO. The status marks the successful end to a 3-year campaign by Italy's Agriculture Ministry to have the nation's traditional way of growing, harvesting, and prepping food recognized. Well, how about that? Wow. Yes. And please, it's sauce, not gravy.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 North Parkway northbound, well over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport, New Haven. 91 southbound, 20 minutes from exit 6 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross is a little bit easier. And on 84 eastbound, we have an accident reported near exit 4. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, the showers end by midnight, clearing late at night. It will be on the windy side late with a low near 30. Sunny, blustery, and cooler tomorrow with a high in the mid-30s. Friday, sunny with a high again in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Man, I love my kids so much. I once sat for 3 hours in the cold rain to watch her soccer team lose by 18 goals.
I love my kids so much, I once used a tube to suck snot out of her stuffed nose at 3 a.m.
You win.
Love your kids? Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat. From toddlers to tweens, visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to find the right seat for their age and size. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, check this out. This is interesting. This version on CNN. Italian food becomes the world's first to be awarded status. UNESCO is the United Nations, I think, educational, scientific, and cultural body, whatever it is. And they're saying that Italian food is an intangible cultural heritage. So I guess what they mean is it's food, but it's more than food. I guess the food is part of the... And it's interesting that I guess that doesn't go for Germany or Spain or France. I don't know. See that? I tried to educate you on something. And remember, it's sauce, not gravy. Chris Williams, thank you. Back tomorrow at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. We're learning more about a tanker that was seized by the U.S. off Venezuela amid growing tensions. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the latest.
The president made a brief statement about the seizure, saying only that it was a large tanker. When asked what happens to the oil aboard the tanker, the president said, quote, "We keep it, I guess." CBS News has been told the tanker seized is named the Skipper and that the operation included 2 helicopters, Special Operations Forces, Coast Guard, and Marine personnel.
The Fed lowered a key interest rate today today. Business reporter Jason Brooks.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell told members of the media that he could make a case for either side and that it was a close call, with 3 members dissenting against the quarter-point cut, the most dissenters on a vote since 2019. Powell says the balance of risk in the economy has shifted toward the labor market since the last Fed meeting in October.
National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy is calling a section of the National Defense Authorization Act shameful because she says by allowing more military flights around Washington, D.C., it ignores lessons learned from the crash of a passenger plane and military helicopter back in January.
It represents an unacceptable risk to the flying public, to commercial and military aircraft, crews, and to the residents in the region.
The House has just approved the bill, sending it on to the Senate. The Trump administration adding another militarized zone to the southern border to support border security operations, this time in California. The Department of Interior says